Morning, Mr. Simpson.
Good morning.
Did you do any preparation for today's session?
Absolutely none.
Last night you gave an interview on television.
That's correct.
Was there any discussion about this lawsuit?
I don't recall if he asked me a question, but it would be on the tape.
You don't remember?
No.
When you came downstairs the first time and picked up your golf cover bag and picked it up and sort of signaled to the limousine driver, do you know if the limousine driver saw you do that?
I don't know if he did, no.
Did he acknowledge to you that he had seen you?
Well, his lights were on, so I couldn't see if he did.
Could you see the driver in the car?
No, I couldn't.
So after you put the bag down and went upstairs, at that moment in time, you did not know whether the driver had seen you, is that right?
Didn't give it a thought.
Is that right?
Correct.
When you went to McDonald's, did you go straight there and straight back to the house?
Correct.
How long did it take to drive there?
I don't know.
Approximately.
I don't know.
Well, you know where it's located, correct?
Yes.
You drove at normal speed?
Yes.
About 10 minutes?
I don't know. I mean, to get there?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be much more than 10 minutes.
And how long did it take to get the food?
I don't know.
5 or 10 minutes?
I don't know. I was not paying any attention if there was other cars in front of us or not. I don't have any recollection of that.
You don't recall it being a particularly long wait or anything like that, correct?
One way or the other, no.
Okay, and that 10 minutes to get back?
Approximately, I guess.
Do you think you were gone all told about a half an hour?
Well, approximately, yeah.
Or less?
I don't know.
From the time that you came back from McDonald's and went into the house until the time that you picked up the phone in your bedroom and spoke to Alan Parks, did you see any person?
No.
Did any person see you,
I wouldn't know that.
to your knowledge? Did any
wouldn't know.
person, to your knowledge, did any person see you?
How do I have knowledge? I don't know who was where and who was looking. So I didn't see anybody, so I don't know who saw me or not.
And you weren't with anyone, correct?
Correct.
And during that time period, did you speak to anyone?
Yes.
Who?
Sidney Simpson, Christian Reichard, possibly Michelle.
Are we talking about after he got back?
He says, but
Yes, that was my question. Let me reframe it.
I understand.
Could I have the last question right back, as a matter of fact, please?
No, that's wrong. I talked to them before I left. I'm correcting myself. I spoke to them before I left.
He's got
That's
a,
what I thought you had
Yes.
said yesterday.
Yes.
Okay.
Just let me wake up here.
Okay. Let me ask that question again,
Okay.
Mr. Simpson.
He asked me to read something. I took my hands. I did not get that last
Well, we want to
interchange
hear
on
the
the record.
previous question, though,
Yeah.
before you go back.
Wait, it's getting tight, so, where are you?
Question, and during that time period, did you speak to anyone? Answer, yes. Question, who? Answer, Sidney Simpson, Christian Reichard, possibly Michelle.
Yeah. That was before I went to
Go back one
McDonald's.
more question, please.
Question, to your knowledge, I'm sorry. To your knowledge, did any person see you? Answer, I don't have knowledge. I don't know who was there and who was looking. I didn't see anybody, so I don't know who saw me or not. Question, and you weren't with anyone, correct? Answer, correct. Question, and during that time period, did you speak to anyone? Answer, yes. Question, who? Answer, Sidney Simpson, Christian Reichard, possibly Michelle.
Now, Mr. Simpson, while we were off the record a moment, you said you wanted to correct yourself.
Yes, I was, during the time I got home, that was the case, but I spoke to them before I went to McDonald's.
Okay, so
That was
after
right before I went to McDonald's.
that you spoke to them.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
You clear on that?
Yes.
From the time that you came back from McDonald's and went into the house until the time that you picked up the phone in the bedroom and spoke to Alan Parks,
Yes.
did you speak to anyone?
No, not personally, no.
You added the word personally. I don't know whether that changes anything, but the question is, during that time frame, did you speak to anyone?
No,
Did anyone speak to you?
no.
During that time frame, do you know of any person other than yourself who can account for your whereabouts?
No.
Where's the statement? I want to find where it talks about Paul. It talks about going out to see Paul. Let me show you the next, the document, which I will mark as the next exhibit in order.
41.
Exhibit 41. Copies of this? No, I don't have them, Peter. For other counsel to see, I'm going to be showing, it's, Peter, they're over there, Peter, I think. Okay?
Are you going to be able to photocopy that?
I have photocopied it, not in color, okay? While we're passing out the copies, Mr. Simpson, I'll show you what I'm going to ask you a question about.
Is there a trial exhibit number on it?
Yeah.
Exhibit 120. Trial Exhibit 120.
Can I have 2 copies, Peter? This is our exhibit what? 41? And here's yours. I'm going to have you mark on the trial, the deposition exhibit, Mr. Simpson, but I just showed this colored photo to you so that it was a little clearer. What I'd like you to do is go to the photo in the top right-hand corner, this one. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, that depicts what?
The front entry to my house.
And the distance between the front door and the beginning of the driveway, you approximated yesterday at 15 feet, correct?
15 feet.
And when you came out the first time partially dressed and picked up the golf cover bag and laid it down, motioned to the limousine driver, you said yesterday you came out approximately halfway. Is
No,
that
I
right?
came to the bench, which is approximately halfway.
So you came to the west end of the bench.
The west end of the bench, which is
Yeah, it was-
approximately halfway
That's
out to the
incorrect.
driveway, correct?
That's totally incorrect.
What is incorrect about that?
It's not approximately halfway.
What is it?
Probably 3/4 of the way.
Okay, could you mark where you came out?
When? I mean, I came out.
I'm
You
only
gotta tell-
talking about this one point in time when you came downstairs, partially dressed, picked up your golf cover bag, motioned to the limousine driver, put it down on the ground.
And you want me to mark it on here?
Yeah, you did it yesterday. He's not going to do it today. You
Mark,
did it yesterday. Don't mark it.
well, this is I have an exact picture of the location, Mr. Baker, and I don't know that he did yesterday, but I'll take your word for it if he did.
He marked on your drawing, and again, it was, as I suggested to you, inaccurate. This is a shot that doesn't show, in my opinion, any level of breadth because it's tunneled into his front door. And I don't know how you could actually mark on that to give any sense of how far out of the door he came.
Okay, do you see where the benches extend out?
No.
You have benches on either side, right?
Yes.
And did you go past the benches?
I told you approximately to that end of the bench. I don't know exactly the foot that I went to. But
Approximately to the end of the bench?
Yes.
Okay, that's as far as you went.
That's where I threw the clubs down.
And then
yes.
you didn't go out any farther past that point?
No further past that
And then
point.
you went back inside?
That's correct.
Okay.
I didn't go to the driveway. Anywhere in there I could have been, but I didn't go to the driveway. I wasn't marking, take one step here and one step there, but I never made it to the driveway.
When you, okay. When you pulled your Bronco out to park it for the last time on Rockingham, you pulled it out, made a right and parked it?
That's correct.
And, well, why don't we use this exhibit again, number 41. You see where the Bronco is situated in the top left-hand corner of the exhibit?
Yes.
Is that where you parked it?
Yes.
And that's where you left it?
Yes.
Okay. Is the distance from the Rockingham gate to the front door the same, greater, or less than the distance from the Ashford gate to the front door, in your opinion?
I think Rockingham is further.
In light of that, what was the reason why you didn't park on Ashford and then push the door open, as you are able to do without a key, if you did not have a key, and then walk to the front door?
It was
Or
asked
at
and answered
least-
yesterday.
Excuse me?
It was asked and answered yesterday. You can answer it one more time.
For at least, well, never mind. I didn't want my dog to run out.
But when you pulled the car out to park it on Rockingham, your dog could still run out.
But he didn't run out, as I explained to you yesterday. I looked, I didn't see him, and if he ran out, I was there. I was there to say, come on, Chachi, come back in.
But you were in the car.
But I got out of the car to come back in.
But you could have got parked around the corner and...
And he'd have been going down the other corner.
Okay, well, let me ask you this one question then.
Jesus.
If you, no matter where you parked, when you pull out of the Rockingham gate, the gate is still open for the same length of time, regardless of where you parked, correct?
Correct.
Your state of mind at that time, Mr. Simpson, was that if you pulled out of the Rockingham gate and parked there, you were in a better position to get the dog. Is that what you're saying?
My state of mind at that time was to park the car and come back in, and I wasn't in the mood to go for Chachi. So I didn't want Chachi to go out of that gate. So that was my state of mind, yes.
But it was still possible for Chachi to leave the gate, though.
No. Chachi is a relatively trained dog. If I'm there, she won't go out. If I say, no, Chachi, come here, she'll come there.
When you exit that gate to leave the property, to go someplace else,
Yes.
your dog can get out at any time, correct?
As I explained to you already, I thought in detail, normally I sit at the gate every morning when I go to play golf. I wait till the gate starts closing before I drive out of the gate.
To
Every
make
morning.
sure the dog
To
doesn't
make
leave.
sure the dog doesn't leave.
And you could have done so on this occasion, correct?
I didn't need to.
You could have exited, waited to see that the dog wasn't coming out. When the gate closed, you could have parked in your normal spot on Ashford, correct?
But why would I, since I wasn't going anywhere? So I could just step out of the car, which took me a matter of seconds, and say, come on, Chachi, don't go anywhere.
But you could have done so, correct?
It would
It's
have been
physically
stupid
possible.
to do so. It would have been stupid to do so.
In fact, that's what you usually did, correct?
No, because I
You-
don't usually park my car and walk back in.
When you park your car on Ashford, how do you get into the house?
I pushed the gate open.
And you could have done so that evening,
I
correct?
didn't want to do that, so that even I didn't want to chase my dog.
I understand what you're saying, but there was nothing to prevent you from doing so, correct?
No, it wasn't.
Correct?
Correct.
What's the total amount of time that you can estimate from you, Mr. Simpson, that gate remains open such that the dog could get out?
I don't know.
Is it more than 60 seconds?
I don't think so.
Is it more than 30 seconds?
Possibly.
Between 30 and 60 seconds?
Yes.
Does the gate work the same way now as it did in June of 1994?
I believe so.
Here you go, Peter. Can I have this picture, Peter?
Do you want this?
I'm going to attach as the next exhibit in order Exhibit 42. And this is a picture of your Ford Bronco, correct? The one you had in 1994, correct?
I believe so.
And that's exactly how you parked it when you last parked it on the evening of June 12th,
I
correct?
can't say that.
Does it appear to be the way you parked it?
Yeah, approximately, yes.
Okay. You don't have any reason to believe that it is in a different location than where you last left it, correct?
Correct.
That's trial exhibit 137.
I don't know how I just lost my pen, but I did.
You're also unhooked. Watch the mic.
Wires here today. Wires. Okay, here, Peter. Excuse me? Yeah. Can I have this photo next? What does that note say?
I really can't read it. I need the
It's a
class.
communication to my client. I don't intend to give it to you.
Passing notes during the deposition?
Yes,
Why?
because I want to communicate with my client.
Can't read it, though.
What's the next exhibit? 44?
3A.
43?
Trial exhibit 136.
Mr. Simpson, you can return that one to Peter. I'm going to show you the next exhibit, number 43.
Show it to Rob.
Also the color copy that I have. Do you recognize what's in the exhibit
It appears to be my car.
in your driveway at Rockingham, right?
Correct.
The car being the Bentley?
Yes.
The car in the front, right?
Yes.
Whose car is the one in the back?
My daughter's, it appears to be.
What car is that?
What is it? Saab, I believe.
That's what she had in June of 1994.
Yes.
Is the Bentley depicted in this photograph in the location where you last parked it on the evening of June 12th?
It appears to be.
Is that where you normally park it?
Yes.
And when you left the premises that evening, were there any cars in the park,
No.
in the driveway,
Well, my Bentley?
other than the Bentley?
No.
And Arnell's car was not there?
No.
And when you left the white golf ball bag and that bluish bag outside the Bentley, after you finished hitting golf balls, was it right out the other side of the trunk there in the back of the car?
What does that mean? I don't know what you said.
Where exactly did you leave the two bags in reference to your Bentley?
I would say roughly, this is just not a good picture to show you that on. I'd be estimating on this.
Behind the Bentley, correct?
Behind the Bentley. Over near the grass.
How many feet behind the Bentley?
I don't know.
Where Arnell's car is currently situated?
Possibly, possibly in that area, near there, yes.
Was it within 10 feet of the Bentley
I don't know.
or closer?
I really couldn't tell you. But I know it was near the grass and the Bentley, somewhere between the grass and the Bentley.
Was it farther from the Bentley than the back of Arnell's car is depicted in this photo?
I can't tell how her car is parked there. I really can't.
Was it close to the garage?
If you give me another picture, I can give you a much better example. This picture, there's no way of showing you what's going on with this picture.
Well, if I had another picture handy, I would show it to you, but I don't have one at my disposal.
Well, I can't work from this picture. Until
But your best memory then is how many feet from the back of the Bentley did you leave those two bags?
I don't have any estimate.
Is it less than 10 feet though?
I don't know.
Could have been more?
They could have been.
Have no recollection?
No.
Oh, this one's mine.
Where's mine?
Mr. Baker didn't get one, he said.
Well, if you got one over here, I'm sorry.
We're
I
giving them
apologize.
to,
Okay, thank you. I
Mr.
appreciate it.
Blazer has replaced you as the repository for the exhibits. This one.
Mr. Bailey's replaced me as lead counsel, and Blazer's replaced me. I'm totally replaced.
And Mr. Cochran has replaced you on the traveling squad.
This is a good thing.
This one.
And I want to replace you on the golf squad.
I'm going to show you as the next exhibit in order, Exhibit 44.
Trial Exhibit 141.
May I communicate in private with my lawyer?
I'll show you the color photo too, Mr. Simpson. We're going to mark the...
Oh, this is
yeah,
our
it's
video. See that?
What are you pointing to, Mr.
I was
Baker?
pointing to the numbers. It appears, because it's such a poor photo, it appears it's off of video. That's what
Is that what it looks like?
it does to me.
Probably right. What is this a picture of, Exhibit 44?
Part of my kitchen.
The way it looked in June of 1994?
To what degree are you asking me that?
I mean, is that
I mean,
the condition?
That's the configuration, yes.
Okay. Where in the kitchen?
Okay.
You want to elucidate what this is, Mr. Blazer?
I think it's a police picture.
Okay. Where in this photograph, Mr. Simpson, did you, if you can tell by this photograph, were you standing when you noticed the little spot of blood on your left pinky?
I can't tell by this photograph.
The area is not depicted in this photograph?
Correct.
Okay. And in what direction of the kitchen were you standing? Or where,
I believe. I could have been at this sink, but I'm pretty confident I was at this sink over here.
beyond the bottom right-hand corner, is that right?
Correct.
And where was Kalen looking for the flashlight?
He was inside this cupboard over there.
Over there?
Yeah.
And where did you get the paper towel to, apply it to the blood on your finger?
It was over there by the sink.
Oh, there's another sink in this area here?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you identify for the record where the witness is pointing?
He's pointing, sure.
To the table.
He's pointing to the area to the right of where the picture cuts off. There appears to be a kitchen table and some chairs.
Yes.
And to the right of that is a sink area, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Did you find that statement? Did you find that statement? Okay. Great. Did you, after you came home from the recital, go any place off of your property in your car other than McDonald's?
And so I'm clear, are you talking about the Bentley as contrasted to the Bronco?
Either car.
Well,
I mean, he said he pulled the Bronco out and parked it.
right, and
Not
that's
count-
off the property.
Okay, not counting that. Did you travel any place off of the property in one of your cars from the time you got back to the recital up until the time you left for McDonald's?
No.
Did you get in the car to go someplace and then change your mind?
By the time I got in my car, I had changed my mind.
And which car did you get into?
The Bentley, I believe it was, but I had changed my mind before I got in. I mean, I'm sorry, the Bronco, but I changed my mind before I got into it.
And when you got into the Bronco, it was parked where?
On Ashford.
And you got into the Bronco to go where?
I had already changed my mind. I got in the Bronco to bring it inside my gate.
When you went out to the Bronco, you were contemplating going where before you changed your mind?
Before I went out to the Bronco, I was contemplating going to Paula's.
And what caused you to change your mind?
I was a little tired, and I hadn't heard from her, so I just decided that I was not to go,
And you didn't go?
and I didn't go.
At that moment in time, did you call her to see if she was home?
I might have, but I don't know. I might have.
Did you tell Detectives Van Adder and Lang that you were going to her house?
Yeah.
Was that a true statement?
Well, I was going to her house, but I didn't go.
In the sense that you just described?
Yes.
You didn't tell Van Adder and Lang that you were, that you called Paula from your car?
Well, I may have, yes.
Why did you tell him that?
Because I was very tired, and the two nights were running into one another for me. Saturday night and Sunday night. And at the time, I may have been somewhat confused, but obviously there's no phone record in my car at that time calling Paula, when obviously Saturday night, when I was driving to her house, I called her in my car.
Mr. Simpson, is there anything else that you said to Van Adder and Lang during that police statement which you now know to be incorrect or now believe to be incorrect?
Well, I don't know
Don't
if
answer that
was
question.
incorrect.
Don't, yeah, okay.
Excuse me?
I'm not sure if that was incorrect. I don't believe that was incorrect.
Is there anything that you said to Van Adder and Lang when you gave your police statement that you now think is incorrect?
I didn't think that was incorrect.
Is there anything that you said to them that you think now is incorrect?
I would have to read the police report.
Does anything come into your mind?
Not immediately,
Okay.
you know. Not immediately, no.
Do you want him to take the time to read it?
No, I just want to know whether you, as you sit here today, testify, are aware of anything that you said to Van Adder and Lang that you since have learned or discovered or believe to have been incorrect.
No, I don't think so. When they were talking to me, I was very tired, and was just trying to recall when they were asking me questions, I was trying to answer them as honestly as I could, but sometimes, like I at one point was confused if I got the flowers after the concert, which would have been impossible, but that was just a condition of the condition I was in.
When was the last time you read that statement?
Well, okay, yeah, you can answer that. That you actually read it, OJ.
I may have read it 2 weeks ago.
Is that the last time you've looked at it?
Yeah, I don't think I read the whole thing. I just looked at it 2 weeks ago.
The last time that you've seen it, correct?
Yes.
What did you look at?
I don't know.
I mean, other than it's been on the table here, you're excluding that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't, yeah, other than if you have seen it. Well, since the deposition has begun, other than maybe seeing it in my possession here, or your lawyers, have you actually studied it or read it or reviewed it at all?
No, I think I just skimmed over it at that time, but
2 weeks ago?
It may have been 2 weeks ago. It may have been around the time I was doing whenever I was doing the video.
And when you skimmed it, did you notice anything that was incorrect in?
When you say incorrect, it was just, I was tired then, and my perceptions on some things I don't think were as clear as I had wished. But fortunately, I guess maybe unfortunately, virtually everything that we talked about in that 33 minutes, we talked about after and before, and of course they didn't record that. So it was whatever questions they had that they weren't clear on was cleared up with Van Adder and Lang before and after.
Well, let's talk about that. You had mentioned that, or alluded to that a couple of days ago.
Yes.
What did you say to Van Adder and Lang that's not contained in the 33-minute statement?
I answered all their questions. Whatever questions they asked me that's not in there, I answered.
When that statement, the written statement was, it was a tape-recorded statement, correct?
That portion of it was, yes.
And you knew that it was being tape-recorded, right?
Yes.
They told you, right?
Yes.
Now, was there, had the discussion with Van Adder and Lang begun earlier, and then at some point they said, "Oh, Jay, we want to start taping you"? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then after the tape went off, did they tell you that they were shutting off the tape?
Yes.
And then did the discussion continue?
Yes.
And how long was the discussion with Van Adder and Lang before the tape went on?
In the car going downtown, in the room, whatever time that was. My concept of time was just not functional that day.
Both Van Adder and Lang were in the car with you going downtown.
I don't know if both were in the car with me. It may have been just Van Adder. I'm not sure.
Anybody else besides Van Adder and you? In the car.
If it would have been police officers.
Okay. And when you got to the police, you went directly from Rockingham to the police station, right?
Correct.
And then you went to a room with
Yes.
Van Adder?
Yes. I
And-
believe Van Adder or Lang. I didn't, at the time, I wasn't registering who they were.
Well, when you got to the police station, Mr. Simpson, you went directly to this room, right?
Yes.
No stops in between, correct?
I don't recall.
And when you got to the room, who was there?
Well, they were there, and some other guys were coming in and out, like gather police officers, and then at one point, my lawyers came in and they left the room.
They being whom?
Whatever police officers were there.
You don't remember?
No.
Now, did you have a discussion with was Lang in the room too?
You know, there were guys coming in and out, so I can't really, I couldn't register that at this point.
Okay, well, I'll get back to that. In the car with Van Adder, was he in the back seat with you?
I don't think so, but I really don't remember. I don't recall.
You were in the back seat, right?
Yes, I was in the back
He was
seat.
in the front seat?
Yes,
And
I believe so.
He asked you questions about the
Well,
facts and circumstances surrounding Nicole's death?
Yes, he was saying we got some problems, basically, and he was talking.
Have you ever seen any written statement of the discussion you had with Van Adder and Lang in the car?
No.
Have you ever put down that information in writing?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Have you ever seen any written statement of your discussion with Van Adder and Lang in the police department room, other than what's on the tape?
No.
And did you ever make a memo of that, or write those statements down, or your thoughts about that?
Write them down, no, and the rest I think would be attorney-client.
And the rest being
privilege.
what?
Whatever conversations I had with my attorneys.
Well, apart from telling your attorneys what happened there, I just want to know if there's a document, a piece of paper, a tape recording, a memorandum that sets forth what you say happened in these unrecorded portions of your discussions with these two police officers.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Okay, tell me now what Van Adder asked you and what you said in the car.
I don't know. He was just talking about some problems, and I can't recall it specifically in the car, specifically before and after the tape interview. I mean, in general, I do, but specifically, I can't tell you. But in general, I could.
What you're saying is that right now you can't separate out what was said in the car versus what was said before and after the tape recording. Is that right?
Yeah, my timing. I was kind of in a bad way that morning.
Okay. When we get to the police department room, did there come a time when you sat down with Van Adder and Lang and your lawyers are out of the room, it was just the three of you?
Yes.
And then you began to talk, right?
I was talking
Well,
whatever they were asking me all the time.
Okay.
Wait,
Well-
wait a minute. I mean, then he began to talk.
I don't mean it
understand.
that way.
No.
Let me withdraw. Then a discussion among the three of you began where they were asking you questions, right?
Yes.
Now, when that discussion began, is that when the tape went on?
The first time, yes.
What do you mean by the first time?
Well, at one point they started the tape and they said something and asked me if I understood it. I said, yeah, because that's what you guys tell me. They can't be in here.
I'm sorry. And you said, yeah. That's,
Yeah, because you guys said they can't be in here. And then they stopped the tape and started saying, oh, come on, OJ, we're just trying to get this thing over with so you can go home and we can do things and da-da-da-da. And I said, okay. And then they, got me a Coke and started all over again. And that's what happened.
So what you're saying is that they began to tape you, and then the tape stopped, and you had this kind of discussion off the tape, right?
Yeah,
And they got you Coke, they
Yeah.
came back in, and you started up again, right?
yes.
Now, is the first part of that conversation before they turned off the tape, do you know whether that is reflected in the police statement?
No, it's not.
It's not, okay.
No.
So tell me then what was said during that time, as best as you can recall, before the tape was turned off.
So that was, they would just read me the right, and you have the right to have an attorney present and whatever, and you understand that? And I said, yeah, well, you guys tell me I can't have an attorney present, and they stopped the tape and started, oh, come on, OJ, look, if you want them in here, we're just trying to rush this thing so you can go back home, and we can get on the thing. Do you want a Coke? Do you want to talk? You don't really have to talk. I say, hey, guys, I'll answer whatever questions you want. They got me a Coke. You know, everybody settled down again, and then they started over again.
Did you agree to talk with them without your lawyer?
Yes.
Did they say to you, we want to rush this thing?
Well, they said that, you know, you look tired, you want to go home, I know, and we want to get you out of here, and that's two words to that effect, yes.
And you were tired, right?
Oh, yes.
And you wanted to go home, right?
I wanted to see my kids. I wanted to go home. I don't know what I wanted to do.
Okay, so in terms of information that you gave about the case, nothing happened in that part of the tape, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And before they turned on the tape, there wasn't any information given out about the case either, right?
Well, that
You mean
depends.
between the time of the first tape and the time the second tape started? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying at any
Before.
time in that room?
Okay, let me start over. I'm trying to find out whether there was information that you gave them in answer to their questions about the case, so to speak, that's not on this tape.
Yes.
And so far you've told me that this first portion, when you guys were off the record, wasn't really about the facts of the case, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so now before, okay, after they got you the Coke, they turned the tape on and the statement is recorded, right?
Yes.
Now after that tape went off, and they turned it off, what happened next?
They talked to me for a while. Then my lawyers came in. Then they took me to take blood, and they talked to me all the way there. When I was sitting there waiting to take blood, they talked and questioned me. And then finally, they took me back to my lawyers.
Okay, now, from the time that they turned the tape off until the time they delivered you to your lawyers, during that time, tell me what they asked you and what you said about the case.
Well, we talked again, because I don't think they asked me who I went to McDonald's with on the tape, but we had talked about all of that before they started the tape. And I'm not sure. You can look at the transcript, but I don't believe they really talked to me about. They knew that, and that's why they didn't talk about it on the tape, because during the interview before that, they talked to me about everything that I'd done. Then after, they talked to me again about my luggage, where was it, continued to talk to me about my cut hand. And just as I said, it's hard to differentiate, because they talked to me about everything, and all of, when I was in jail and I was reading the police report, I noticed that in that tape, a lot of things that weren't in there that we discussed. As I said, who I went to McDonald's with, I don't believe is in there. And they certainly knew that because we discussed it. My luggage, we certainly discussed. Everything. I mean, we talked about everything. It's just hard for me to differentiate what was on the tape and what was off the tape, because I was trying to be helpful. And I was answering everything they asked me. At no point in time did I say, I can't answer that, or go get a lawyer, I won't talk about that.
Before the tape went on the very first time, you said that you had talked to them all about the things they were asking you.
Yes.
Okay. When you talked to them before the tape went on, all about the things they were asking you, was there anybody else present?
Van Adderlane, I think there was another guy coming in and out.
Were your lawyers there?
Possibly from time to time, because it was just a general conversation going on, and Possibly.
And who were those lawyers?
Leroy Taft and Howard Weissman.
So Weitzman and Taft heard or participated in part of this conversation.
Possibly. I'm not sure, because when they were there, they were talking to them and not so much to me. And when they weren't there, they were just talking to me.
But when you were being asked things like about going to McDonald's with Cato and your luggage and all these other subjects, before the tape went on, Taft and Weitzman were there part of the time?
I'm not sure, possibly. As I said, things were, you know, if they'd be talking to Weissman or Taft, they'd go here, then they'd talk to me, and people were moving around, and I was not paying attention to what everybody was doing.
Were Weitzman and Taft during this time period in a different room than you?
Once, yeah, they came in and out of the room that I was in, yes.
And is it your sense of this that before the tape went on, you had in effect told them, you know, everything that you knew that they had asked you?
I can't say everything. I don't know what I knew. I mean, I answered the questions of what I was doing, basically. And
They had questioned you pretty completely on what your whereabouts were?
Well, I don't know pretty completely.
I don't know what pretty completely,
Well,
but
they had asked
certainly,
you a lot of questions about your whereabouts, about the luggage, about McDonald's, all those sorts of issues, and before the tape went on for the first time. Is that right?
correct.
And to this day, you have never seen a statement of that part of the interview. Is that right?
No, but I think it's pretty apparent if you look at the interview that they knew all of those things by the way they asked me the question in the interview, because I had already told them that.
And to this day, you have never seen a statement of that part of the interview. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What did you tell the officers off the tape about McDonald's?
Told them who I went to McDonald's with, and essentially everything that's on the tape. Approximately what time we left, and whatever's on the tape about McDonald's is what I told them.
What I'm asking you, Mr. Simpson, is to tell me, since I don't have a document where I can read it, what you said to them. Not the description of the subject matters, but what you said.
I don't recall 2 years later my words for what I said. I told them, I answered them approximately what time I went to McDonald's. I answered them who I went to McDonald's with.
And you told them, for example, that you went to McDonald's with Cato Kalin. Is that right?
Correct.
And what time did you tell them that you went to McDonald's?
I told them approximately 9 o'clock.
And what time did you tell them that you came back from McDonald's?
I don't know if they asked that question.
Did they ask you where you were before you went to McDonald's?
I'm sure they did.
What did you tell them?
At home.
Did they ask you when you got home after the recital?
They possibly could have asked me that, yes.
And what did you tell them?
Probably I didn't.
Don't
wasn't
guess or
sure.
speculate
Well, I can't
what
say
you probably told them.
Excuse
Yeah.
me?
I can't tell you what I probably told them, I'm sorry.
Did-
But whatever time I got home, whatever my recollection was at that time, I told them.
Did you tell them that you went out to find Paula Barbieri?
I might have told them I was going to see Paula, yes.
Did you tell them that you got in the car and started to go?
Possibly I could have told them that, yes.
Did you tell the officers where you were when you came back from McDonald's?
Whatever they asked me, I told them.
Or did they ask you that question?
I'm sure they did.
And what did you tell them?
I was at home.
Did they ask you what you were doing at home?
No, they kept interrupting me whenever I was speaking and would ask me another question and I would answer.
And did they ask you when you left to go to the airport?
I believe so.
And what did you tell them?
I believe approximately 11 o'clock.
Did they ask you where were you from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock?
I don't know.
10 o'clock to 11 o'clock?
I don't know if they asked me that specifically.
You remember telling them where you were between 10 and 11 o'clock?
I remember answering every question they asked me.
What did you tell them about where you were between 10 and 11 o'clock on June 12th?
Well, I think first of all, has testified he doesn't remember if they asked that question, number one. And number two, I think you ask it at least 3 or 4 times.
Well, Mr. Baker, the difficulty here is that he has said that he told them all about the case, in effect, before the tape recorder went on, and there isn't any document, and I need to find out what he said to them.
Well, I'm giving you wide latitude, but I think when you have no foundation for it, it goes beyond the pale.
Wide
One more
latitude.
time.
These are just
Well,
simple questions.
Well, what I'm saying about wide latitude is wide latitude to ask it 3 and 4 times.
Can you tell me what you told Van Adder and Lang before the tape recorder went on, or after the tape recorder went off, where you were between 10 and 11?
Whatever they asked me, I told them. Whatever they asked me, I told them. I recall that, yes.
What did you say?
If
I don't
you have
recall.
a recollection, tell him.
I don't recall specifically what they asked me. I do know that the subject matters were, who did I go to McDonald's with? I told them that the subject matters were, approximately what time I got home from the recital. The subject matters were my luggage. All of those things they asked me, and I don't see them on their police report.
Well, that's why I'm asking you to tell me
Well, I'm just tell you
what you said, because
I told them I went to McDonald's at approximately 9 o'clock. I told them I got home after recital. They could check whatever time it was over. And I don't recall today if I was as clear to them that it was 7 o'clock, but probably I told them it was around 7 o'clock. I told them what luggage I took to Chicago. I told them what luggage I brought back from Chicago. All of those questions they asked, I answered, and many of them I don't see on their police report. So, and I don't think they're 17 and 20-year detectives. So I think it's obvious they asked those questions, and I answered them.
well, what I want to know is what answers you gave.
To what? Ask me the question like they asked me, and I'll give you an
Where
answer.
were you between 10 and 11?
I don't know if they asked me that question. I was home.
If they did ask you, what did you say?
I don't recall if they asked me, so I don't know what I said. Why don't you ask me?
I just did. Where were
Why
you?
don't you ask me?
Because
All right, now, wait a minute, time out.
because
We're going to take a break right here.
No.
well,
We're going to take a break right here.
I don't think it's appropriate to take the break because we're in the middle of an examination, Mr. Baker. But I see that I can't stop you.
So we are going off the record now, and the time is approximately 10:34.
Apologize. I'll try to do it better,
We are
John.
back on the record now, and the time is approximately 10:50.
We've had a somewhat lengthy break. I was questioning you about what you said to Van Adder and Lang that was not recorded on the tape, and I want to go back to that. Tell me what you told them where you were between 10 and 11 on June 12th.
I don't recall, I do not recall them specifically asking me that, so I can't recall what my specific answer would have been to them then.
You recall them generally asking you that?
I just recall that everything that they asked me, I answered them as truthfully as I could.
And what I want to know is what you said to them, so I have a record of it.
I just can't recall now exactly what I told them, but whatever they asked me, I answered them.
Do you know anything that would refresh your recollection as to what you said?
No.
What did you tell them about the cuts on your hand?
I
What do you mean
told
cuts on his hand? There's no evidence of cuts on his hand on the 13th. There's evidence of a cut.
Oh. First of all, he said cuts on his hand before, but I won't waste time here. What did you tell him about the cuts on your hand, or cut on your hand?
I cut my hand in Chicago.
What else did you tell them?
That I saw some blood on before I left, and once again, this is Maya, but I assumed I had cut my hand then.
And what did you tell them about how you cut your hand before you went to Chicago?
I don't think I told them anything because I don't know how.
And you told them you didn't know how you cut it?
I told them I saw blood, and I didn't have any specific memory of cutting my hand, and I never saw a cut.
Did you tell them that you saw the blood coming from some particular part of your hand?
I can only assume I did, yes.
What did you tell them?
I don't know specifically here 2 years later what I told them specifically, no.
What did you tell them, what time it was when you saw the blood?
I don't recall if I did or didn't tell them that. I don't recall that.
What did you tell them about where blood was dropped in your, if anywhere, in your house?
I really don't recall the specifics of that conversation here nearly 2 years later. I just don't recall the specifics of those conversations. But I do know, in general, those are things that we talked about during the tape and not during the tape, yes.
Did you ask them to record these portions of the discussion you were having off the tape?
I didn't ask them to do anything but tell me what had happened to Nicole and let me go home.
Did they tell you?
No,
And you had no idea?
correct.
Did you tell them that you had more than one cut on your hand?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you point out where on your finger you had cut yourself before going to Chicago?
No,
Did you point on your hand or finger where the blood was before you went to Chicago?
possibly.
Did they say to you, we found blood on your driveway?
Yes,
And did they ask you if you had blood on the driveway?
possibly.
What did you tell them?
I don't recall. That's why I say possibly they asked me, but I don't recall here 2 years later if we had a conversation about that.
Did you tell them that you were positive that the blood they found on your driveway was not your blood?
I don't recall getting into that conversation with them.
Did you believe at the time that it was not your blood?
I never thought about it at the time. I didn't think anything about it at that time, not concerning me anyway.
Did they tell you that they found blood in your Bronco?
I don't think so.
Did they tell you that they found blood in your house?
I don't believe so.
Did they tell you that
They may have, but I don't believe so.
And on that subject, what did you say to them?
There wasn't a question, I don't believe. I don't believe there was any question of me.
You don't
At that
believe
time.
they said that?
Said that, and, they could have said it.
What
I
did you
don't
say
know.
to them when they said there's blood in your house? We found blood in your house.
I don't recall, but if they said that, I don't know what I would have said. There's nothing for me to say. If
Were
they're
you-
telling me things, they weren't asking me a question.
Were you shocked to hear that there was blood in your house and on your driveway?
I don't know if I heard if they said that. I don't know if I would have heard that. I wouldn't have been shocked. I was in shock that Nicole was murdered. I don't think any of the rest of this would have shocked me.
That there was blood in your house and on your property?
Well, I think you're asking for speculation now. He's answered that, and
Well,
I'm
what
going to instruct him not to
Trying to
answer
get
the
to his state of mind at the time so we can see what he was
Well-
thinking and what he said.
question. Regardless,
My state of mind.
Don't answer the question.
What-
He'll re-ask a question.
Yeah, I'll re-ask one. Did they tell you that there was blood at Bundy?
I don't think we talked about Bundy. We may have, but I don't recall.
What did you tell them about your luggage?
I told them where it was when they asked me where it was.
Where was it?
My bag that was with me was there. I thought the other bag was at the gate because I wasn't aware at the time that they wouldn't let Kathy on the property with it. And I told them that I didn't know where my golf clubs were because I didn't wait to take them on the plane with me.
What other bag was at the gate?
My Louis Vuitton bag.
When, and that's what you told them?
Yes.
And you said you didn't know where your golf clubs were?
Yeah, I didn't know if they made the flight or not.
Did they ask you off the tape where what all the luggage was that you took to Chicago?
No, I don't believe so.
They just asked you where your luggage was, right?
Yes, I believe it was Lang that said, "Boy, that's all the luggage you had," because I only had the bag on me, and I told him no.
You said the Louis Vuitton was at the gate. You didn't know where your clubs were, right?
Yes.
And what about that other piece of luggage? You didn't mention that to them?
What other piece of
That
luggage?
bluish bag that had the windbreaker and the MaxFly 100s.
Well, I don't think I viewed that as a piece of luggage. It was like my golf bag. Everything that was in my golf bag was in my golf bag. To me, that wasn't a piece of luggage. Just like my overnight kit is in a separate bag. I don't view that as a separate piece of luggage.
Did they ask you what clothing you were wearing before you went to Chicago?
Yes,
What did you tell them?
whatever I was wearing.
What was that you said to them?
I don't recall the specific words. I actually showed Lang what I was wearing.
There at the police station?
No, once we got back to my house.
You had more conversations in your house
Yes,
that evening?
yes.
When you Just so I understand the sequence here, Mr. Simpson, when you left the police station, you went back to your office, correct?
Yes,
And you were not with Lang and Van Atter at your office,
Correct.
correct?
correct.
And then you went back when they said you could go back to your house in Rockingham, right?
That's correct.
And when you went back to Rockingham, the police were there still?
Yes.
Lang and Van Atter?
Certainly Lang. I don't totally recall if Van Atter was there or not.
And you had a conversation alone with Tom Lang in your house
No.
about clothing?
No,
You were not alone.
correct.
Who was with you?
Skip Taft and Bob Kardashian.
All the time that you talked to Lang at your house in Rockingham was in the presence of Taft and Kardashian?
I believe so, yes.
Back to the police station. What did you tell them about your best judgment about what caused the blood to be on your hand before you went to Chicago?
I told him I didn't know.
Excuse me?
I told him I didn't know.
That's what you said you didn't know.
Yes.
Okay. Between then and today, have you given some thought to what caused that blood to be on your finger?
No.
You still don't know, right?
It's correct.
Did they ask you about knives off the tape?
I don't believe so.
Did you tell them anything about knives?
I don't believe so.
Did they ask you about guns?
I think I may have brought it up and then they asked me about it, yes.
What'd you tell them?
I don't recall. If you let me read the police statement, I'll...
I'm
tell
only
you.
talking about off the tape now.
I don't know if we
Okay.
talked about it off
It
the
was
tape.
hard to tell whether you were talking about on or off the tape.
All of these questions concern your comment earlier this morning that there was all this discussion off the tape, and I'm just trying to get what it is. So I'm not talking about what's on the tape now.
Okay.
Did they ask you about Nicole
Yes.
and your relationship with Nicole?
No.
Did they ask when you last saw her?
I believe so.
What did you tell them?
Well, at the recital.
Did they ask whether you spoke to Nicole?
I don't know.
Did they ask when you last spoke to her?
I don't know.
If you had any telephone calls after the recital?
I don't know.
Did they ask you if you were angry toward her?
Possibly.
What did you say?
No.
Did you ask you whether there was any conflict between the two of you at that point in your lives?
I don't know. And when I say I don't know, I know certain things they asked on the tape, and I can't recall if they asked me also off the tape. Okay, so you're telling me to talk about off the tape? Yes,
right.
that's what I've been doing. Yes.
Yeah. You're trying your best to tell me what was discussed off the tape.
Yes.
Okay. And on the subject of Nicole, you don't remember if they asked you about your relationship with her. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell me anything else that you and Lang and Van Atter discussed off the tape before you got to your house at Rockingham that night?
I can't recall right now, no.
Now, at the Rockingham property, you said you were talking with Lang, Taft, and Kardashian, and you said something about you showed Lang the clothing you had worn the night before. Is that right?
He asked.
He asked you?
Yes.
And what did you say?
I took him to it and showed him,
No.
for the most part.
Where did you take him?
My closet.
And what did you show him in your closet?
Whatever I was wearing.
Excuse me?
Basically what I was wearing.
What did you pull out and show them?
I showed him some black pants. I showed him a sweater. I showed him, I didn't know which polo shirt because I got a lot of white ones. A golf shirt. I showed him the blue pants that were laying in the bathroom. I showed him the shoes. I showed him a coat.
Coat?
Yes,
Okay, now the black pants you showed him because you'd worn that to where?
the recital.
And the coat? The recital?
No, to McDonald's.
You wore a coat to McDonald's?
Yes.
What coat did you wear?
Just a jacket.
Now you were dressed.
No, not that
You
one.
were dressed when you went to McDonald's in the golf pants and the golf shirt,
Yeah.
white socks and Reeboks, right?
Yes.
And you also put on a coat
Yes.
that you got from your house.
Yeah.
And when you came back from McDonald's and went in to the house, did you take your coat with you?
Yes.
Okay. The shoes that you showed Lang were what shoes?
Reeboks.
The ones you had worn to McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay. The sweater that you showed Lang was what sweater?
It was just a black sweater I had.
That you wore to the recital?
Yes.
Okay. And the blue pants you showed Lang were what pants?
Golf pants.
That you were wearing when you went to McDonald's?
Yes.
The polo shirt that you showed Lang was what shirt?
It was just a golf shirt. The one, I believe I showed him the one, I believe it was I can't recall right now, it was a polo shirt I wore to, or a golf shirt that I wore underneath my sweater at the recital or not. I just don't recall.
And you said you identified in your list a golf shirt. Is that
Yes.
the same shirt or different shirt?
It could have been the same shirt, I'm not sure.
Shirt you were wearing the evening when you went to McDonald's?
Yes.
Okay. Did you show him any black socks?
No.
Did you have any other discussion with Lang then, other than looking at these clothing and showing it to him?
And now, are we talking just about the clothing and just while he was in the closet? Because I'm not sure what your question encompasses.
I'll withdraw it. I want to know what else you discussed with Lang at your house other than what you just said to me.
At that time, that the police were honest because they didn't take my money. That the searchers obviously were honest, they didn't take my money.
Did you say anything else?
I can't recall.
Did he ask you any other questions?
He asked me if he could take the Reeboks.
What'd you say?
Sure.
Did he ask you anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Now, did you have any other discussions with Lang or Van Adder that day, other than what you've already told me?
Not that I can recall right now, no.
And what about the rest of the week?
I don't believe so.
And so have you now told me everything that you can recall telling Lang and Van Adder off the tape?
Everything I can recall, yes.
Did you ask, when was the first time that day you encountered the 13th, Lang or Van Adder?
Right after I got to my residence.
And who did you encounter?
I believe it was Van Adder.
And that was what time?
I don't know.
That was the 13th, right?
Yes.
In the afternoon, right?
Yes.
You don't know. Tell him you don't know. Don't shake your head like you don't know and then answer yes.
Well,
I don't know.
Okay.
Well,
fair enough.
you shouldn't just mimic what your lawyer says too. You should just simply say what you know.
Obviously, but his verbal response and what he had indicated in his nonverbal communication were different, that's all. And he can answer either way. Whatever his recollection is fine with me.
When you talked to Van Adder that time, did you ask him the details of how Nicole had died?
Yes.
What did you ask him?
So what happened?
What did he say?
We don't know. We're trying to find out.
Had you, is that all he told you?
Well, I asked numerous times during the course of that day, and their answers was always the same thing.
And did you ask Lang the same thing?
Yes.
You asked both of them numerous times, and they said they were trying to find out.
Trying to find out, OJ. We don't know. We're trying to find out.
When you pulled the Bronco in to take out the golf clubs and pack them up, You pulled it in from Ashford, as you said. Did you then immediately pull it out and park it
I believe so.
before you actually packed the clubs into the cover bag?
That may not be correct. I'm pretty sure I probably packed the clubs before I pulled the car out.
And then you went out to the Bronco and then parked it.
At one point, yes.
Well, how long after you finished packing the clubs
It could
did
have
you
been
park
immediate.
the Bronco?
It could have been immediate. It could have been a few minutes. I really don't know. I don't recall.
Do you know what time it was?
Somewhere between 7 and 9.
It was before you went to McDonald's,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And when you parked it, before you went to McDonald's, you parked it on Rockingham.
Correct.
Where we saw in the picture, correct?
Correct.
Didn't you tell Van Adder and Lang that you were having weird thoughts about Nicole?
At that time, no. I don't think so.
At what time?
At that time, I don't believe I said that to them.
When you were talking to them in the police station, on the tape, or off the tape, did you tell them that you were having weird thoughts about Nicole?
No, I think I may have said something to that effect in answering a question that they asked me, yes.
I would prefer that you not
I don't need to look at it,
show the witness any documents while I'm questioning him.
but I don't need to look at
He's
it.
entitled if he needs to refresh his recollection.
But if he
Yeah.
needs it, we'll find out.
He said he, Dale said he did. What did you mean?
Yeah, you said I may have said something to that effect in answering a question that they asked me, yes.
Yeah.
Tell me what you said.
I don't know specifically. If you want me to read it, I'll read it and tell you specifically, but I don't have any recollection specifically what I said right now.
Can you recall at all what you said?
No, I know it was I believe it was in relation to maybe taking a lie detector test. I'm not sure.
What did you mean by weird thoughts?
Well, I've been married for 17 years, and from time to time in those 17 years, you have thoughts.
What kind of thoughts did you mean when you told them that you had had weird thoughts about Nicole?
I don't know at that particular time if there was anything specific in my head, but that time to time you do have thoughts, yes.
Now, one of those weird thoughts that you had in mind when you said that to Van Adder and Lang was the thought of killing Nicole, right?
No, that's not correct.
Well, what you meant when you were telling them about weird thoughts was that sometimes, you know, you felt so angry at her that you felt like killing her, isn't that right?
No, that's not correct.
They told you, they asked you, I think you just testified that this topic came up in the context of a question about a lie detector or a polygraph?
I believe so, yes.
And your point in telling them that you were having weird thoughts was that the weird thoughts might somehow come out in the lie detector test, right?
No, my point was I didn't understand a lie detector test, and I didn't understand what they go after in a lie detector test. And once I had a better understanding, which I did, I would be happy to do one.
Did you do one?
We offered one.
Excuse me?
We offered it to the prosecution, yes.
To whom?
To the prosecution office, I guess Marcia Clark, Gil Garcetti.
You personally did or your lawyers?
My lawyer did.
When did they do that?
Oh, I would imagine a day or so after that Monday, but that week I'm sure it was.
And what did they say?
They declined.
But you didn't take a test on the 13th, right?
Correct.
And you didn't want to then, correct?
Well, I had to talk to my lawyers about it. And then they didn't want me to either.
You were concerned that these weird thoughts that you might have about, strike that, you were concerned that the weird thoughts that you have had about Nicole might somehow affect your polygraph test, correct?
Yes.
And for that reason, you were not comfortable with taking it at that time, correct?
For that reason, I wanted to understand what polygraph tests meant and the mechanics of a lie detector test, yes.
Because you wanted to make sure that the weird thoughts didn't unfairly come out in the test results, right?
If done fairly, I felt it would, obviously be no problem, but I didn't at that time understand a polygraph test.
Now, did you offer to or agree to take a polygraph test about whether or not you killed Ron Goldman?
They didn't ask me, they just asked me would I take a polygraph test. I don't think they were individualizing either one.
Well, you never had any weird thoughts about Ron Goldman, correct?
No.
You didn't. You never knew Ron Goldman, right?
And I didn't know of him or about him at that time, no.
So there would have been no problem in your thinking in terms of taking a lie detector test concerning the death of Mr. Goldman. Is
That's
that right?
argumentative. Don't answer that.
That's not a proper. That's not a proper instruction, Mr. Bateman.
Don't answer that, Mr. Simpson.
Argumentative is not appropriate ground to instruct him in any event.
Well, you can reform your question.
Didn't you say, look, I'm not clear in my mind about these weird thoughts and whether they'll influence the lie detector test on Nicole, but since I could not conceivably have had any weird thoughts about Ron Goldman, I'm happy to take the test about Ron Goldman. Did you say that to him?
It is A, compound, and B, there's no foundation for that at all.
You can answer it.
No, don't answer it.
Leave it off.
Yeah, I'm going back to you. Now, these weird thoughts that you had about Nicole, they were weird thoughts about violence, correct?
In a sense, one, yes.
One what?
One thing that came to mind, yes.
One thing that came to mind was violence. What was that?
I kind of, at one point, thought it would have been nice if Michelle, when Nicole punched her, who was my housekeeper, if Michelle would have punched her back.
Is that the only thought of violence that came up when you said you were having weird thoughts about Nicole?
Yeah, that was one of them, yes.
What were the other weird thoughts that you had about Nicole concerning violence?
I don't know if it was violence. Something happened in January, and I, at one point, thought it might have done her some good if she would have been injured during this incident or caught.
That you thought it might have been good if Nicole had been injured?
Injured or caught, yes.
Caught.
Yeah.
Now, what I want to know about is what weird thoughts you had in mind when you told the detectives on June 13 about violence by you against Nicole.
Well, I don't think I had any weird thoughts about violence by me towards Nicole. That was not what was on my mind at that time.
No thought of violence by you toward Nicole came up in your thinking when you made that comment.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that your testimony?
That's correct, yes.
But you did think at that moment in time about Nicole hitting your maid. Is that right?
That was one that came up, but in general, it wasn't nothing specific. I just know that in the years that I was with Nicole, that sometimes you have thoughts, and though that was one that came directly to mind at that time.
The first and most prominent thought that came to mind was Nicole striking Michelle, your housekeeper. Is that right?
Yes.
What other thoughts came to mind? Weird thoughts towards Nicole?
I don't think I really gave it much thought after that. It was just I wanted to understand what a polygraph was, and that was one thing that came to mind, yes.
But the question or the purpose of your meeting there with the detectives was the killing of Nicole, right?
Yes.
What did Nicole striking your housekeeper have to do with that in your thinking?
The purpose of the question they asked was me doing a polygraph test, and I wanted to understand what a polygraph test was, and once it was explained to me, I was more than willing to take one.
But how could some incident involving Michelle and Nicole could possibly have influenced your taking a polygraph test on whether you killed Nicole in your thinking?
Well, I didn't think that's totally was what they wanted me to take a polygraph for at that time. They were just talking about a polygraph test at that time. I wasn't, at that point in time, differentiating anything. I wanted to understand what it was. Once it was explained to me, We offered something to the prosecution. They didn't accept it at the time.
But you knew when you were talking to Van Adder and Lang, and you made the comment about you had weird thoughts about Nicole, that the whole purpose of this discussion was about the killing of Nicole, correct?
Yes.
You weren't there to talk about, they didn't question you about Nicole and Michelle, correct?
I don't believe so.
This was all about Nicole's death the day before.
Yes.
And you said you had weird thoughts about her, correct?
No, you're not characterizing it correctly. They started talking to me about taking a polygraph test. I didn't understand what a polygraph test was all about. I wanted to understand what it was about. And once I understood what it was about, I was more than willing to take one, and they refused.
No, you've said that several times.
And I'll say it again.
What I'm focusing on in these questions is solely your comment to them about having weird thoughts about Nicole in the context of that question to you about a polygraph test.
Yes.
What weird thoughts did you have about Nicole?
Let's ask and answer.
He told me so far about Nicole striking his maid. I want to know
He
what...
also told you
Nicole
about
striking
January.
a human being, a person. I don't look at them as maids. As a person, she struck a small woman in my house. I thought it was wrong, and at the time, I had thoughts that I had wished the lady would have hit her back.
Because what you're saying is that you thought the maid had killed Nicole?
Oh, come on.
I think that's ridiculous,
Why is that ridiculous?
because I think it is ridiculous. I don't think this person is such a kind person that this person could harm anybody. I don't think this person could be physical with anybody, and I don't think this person should have been subjected to being punched in her face in my house.
That's a despicable act, isn't it?
Yes, it was.
Something you would never do, correct?
I would not do that, yes.
Never did, correct?
Never punched anyone, other than when I was a teenager, in their face, yes.
Never struck anyone in their face, correct?
Correct.
And you never hurt your wife either, correct?
No, I hurt my wife, yes.
You never struck her with your hands, correct?
I never punched her, yes.
Did you ever strike her?
No,
Did you ever hurt her?
yes.
Did you ever physically hurt her?
Yes.
Did you ever bruise her?
Yes.
Did you ever make her black and blue?
Take your time. Just take your time.
Can't keep up with you.
Just do that.
Yes, I've seen her bruised after.
He has to go back.
You gotta, I can't keep up with you when you're doing that.
Read where
You
he
never
stopped.
struck her with your hands, I never punched her. Question, did you ever strike her?
Dan, did you listen to that?
I asked her if he ever bruised her, and he said yes.
Yes, I saw her bruise, and I felt responsible for those bruises.
I did-
If it came from me, or if it came when she fell outside, in any event, I was responsible for it.
I didn't ask whether you saw her bruise. I said, did you hit her to bruise her?
No,
Did you cause bruises on her body through acts of violence by you towards her?
I believe the bruises that were on her body, I was responsible for. If she got them from me being physical with her, or if she got them when she fell when she was outside, I was responsible for it.
If she fell when she was outside, it's because you made her fall, right?
No,
Because you were hitting her, right?
No.
You were pounding her.
no, that's incorrect.
You made her face black and blue, didn't you?
If her face was black and blue the next day or 2 days later, I was responsible for it. No matter how it happened that day, I was the person responsible for it.
And you cut her lip, didn't you?
That's incorrect.
You hit her with your fist and you caused her lip to split open. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
And you caused scars on her face, didn't you?
That's incorrect.
Black and blue marks on her face, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was a result of your hands touching her violently, correct?
Touching her violently,
Yes, hitting her.
that's incorrect.
Well, how's that incorrect?
I didn't hit her.
What'd you do to her?
I wrestled her.
What does that mean?
That means I had my hands on her, and I was trying to force her out of my bedroom. We wrestled, and I was responsible for whatever happened. I know she was outside. She fell when she was outside. I wasn't outside at the time she fell, but there was a witness to that. The state of mind that she was in when she was outside and she fell, I felt responsible for that. So if it happened then, I'm responsible for it.
Well, I'm not asking you about the moral or other responsibility. I'm asking for what happened, okay?
Yes.
You had your fingers around her throat, correct?
I could have touched her neck, yes.
You mean you could have touched her. This was
I
a
could have.
violent episode, wasn't it?
It was, yes, it was.
And you made marks on her throat, didn't you?
I didn't see them, but I'm told they were.
Who told you?
In court, I saw it.
You were in such a rage that you don't remember what you did, is that right?
I remember exactly what I did.
You were enraged when you had this act of violence towards her, weren't you?
I don't know if that's totally true, but I was angry, yes.
Very angry, right?
Yes.
Rage is a fair description of your state of mind, correct?
No, it's not.
Not anger?
Anger,
Intense
yes.
anger?
Anger.
Angry enough to hit her.
That's enough. But I'm not
No.
going to let you just continue to batter him the rest
Batter
of this
him?
month. That's right.
That's an appropriate word, Mr. Baker.
Well, you can make your sound bites however you like.
These are not sound bites,
but
Mr. Baker.
He's not going to answer that in that tone and in your accusatory tone and leaning forward and in his face. It's
Well,
not
the
going to
witness
happen.
doesn't look at me and has not looked at me and has not made contact with me throughout this deposition. I'm trying to
He's not made contact with you?
eye contact. He keeps looking down and prefer he look at the camera.
He's not made eye contact with you?
Prefer that he look at the camera or me.
Well, I really don't care what you prefer. That's irrelevant.
Okay,
to me.
let's not get off the track here, okay?
Well,
You're a very clever guy, Mr. Baker.
I'm not clever at all.
Let me go back to my question.
Yes.
When you say you wrestled her, you didn't. This wasn't a playful wrestling match, was it?
Not at all.
This was an angry, intense, physical confrontation between you and Nicole, correct?
Yes.
And you later lied about it publicly, didn't you?
No.
And you lied in your deposition about it, didn't you?
No.
Did you have this episode in mind when you were talking to the detectives about having weird thoughts towards Nicole?
Not specifically, no.
You mean you thought about her hitting Michelle, your maid, but you didn't think about your hitting Nicole? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't hit Nicole.
Not once, is that
Not
correct?
once.
But you put your fingers around her throat, right?
I'm sure I touched her throat, yes. I'm sure I touched her, yes.
How did she get those marks on her face?
Through the course of our wrestling, I'm sure she got those marks on her.
Describe the movements you made with your hands on her face that caused those bruises that we've seen on the pictures.
I can't do that
Why not?
because I can't tell you
remember?
specifically how that was done.
You don't remember the sequence of events?
No.
Is that correct?
No.
It's incorrect?
It's correct that once we started wrestling, I can't give you a sequence of events,
Well,
yes.
tell me how your hands made contact with her face.
I don't believe that my hands made contact with her face at one point in time in trying to wrestle her out. I know I had her head pulling her, so it could have happened then.
You were pulling her hair to get her out of the room?
No, I had her up by the shoulders and the head and was trying to pull her
Like
off.
in a
and
headlock?
Yes, sort of in a headlock.
Trying to pull her out the room?
Yes.
And you never once raised your fist to her and hit her?
No, that's correct.
Did you ever once raise your hand and slap her?
No, I didn't.
Did you strike her?
No, I didn't.
Did you see that she was bleeding during this exchange?
She never bled once at any time there at the police station. Nobody gave her a Kleenex. Nobody wiped blood off her. There was not one drop of blood anywhere on that scene that day or that night.
When you were involved in this confrontation with her, did you see any marks on her face?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any darkening of her skin?
No.
Was she screaming?
She was yelling at me.
Was she in pain?
I couldn't tell if she was in pain
Was she
or not.
screaming and yelling in pain?
No, she was cursing me.
She's telling you to stop hitting her?
No.
Did she say that?
No.
Did she tell you to stop what you were doing?
No.
You were physically more powerful than her, correct?
Yes.
How much did she weigh at that time?
I would say in the area of 135.
And how tall was she?
5'7.5", 5'8".
And what was your height at that time?
6'1.5", 6'2".
And what was your weight?
210, 215.
So you were easily able to overpower her physically, is that right?
No, that's incorrect.
She was a match for you physically?
Yes, in that sense, in the way I was trying to remove her, she was a match.
Where are the trial exhibit numbers, Peter? I don't see any. Let me show you exhibit 3 of the trial, exhibit 4 of the trial, Exhibit 10 of the
Can I get
trial,
a glass of water, please?
Sure.
and Exhibit 11 of the trial. These are all photographs of
Did you have copies?
Nicole. They're being handed out. Yes. And Exhibit 5. Okay, you have all these photos in front of you, correct? You recognize these photos, don't you?
Are you gonna give them exhibit numbers?
I will in a minute. You recognize them, don't you?
Yes.
They are photos of Nicole, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to answer audibly.
Yes.
And they're photos of Nicole after this physical confrontation that you had with her, correct?
Yes.
Every single one of them, all 5 of them, right?
I'm not sure of that.
Which one are you not sure of?
I don't, if this was what's in court, that's the only time I ever saw him, so that's what I'm assuming this is. I wasn't there when they were taken.
When you last saw Nicole that evening, you saw these marks on her face?
No.
But you know that these marks came from the incident that you said you were responsible for, correct?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that?
Not really.
Now, you caused all those marks on her face that you see in these pictures, didn't you?
I feel responsible for some of them. May have just been her picking her face, but if there's bruises and stuff, I'm certainly responsible for them, yes.
How exactly are you responsible?
In wrestling her to get out of the house or whatever state she was in, as I can see here, she's muddied. I wasn't there at that time. She hurt herself at that point in time. I'm responsible for it.
And how did you, by putting her in a headlock, cause these marks to occur on her face?
We were wrestling in the room, and I was trying to get her out of the room, and as we were wrestling to get her out of the room, we were falling and wrestling to get out of the door, and I'm assuming it happened then.
Now, when you were wrestling with her, is that also how the black and blue bruising on her under her left arm came about?
I can only assume so.
Right. I'm sorry, Mr. Baker. Right on.
I can only assume so.
When you were wrestling with her, did you wrestle to the floor?
I believe so, yes.
Two of you were on the floor and she was trying to get away and you were holding her in your headlock.
She wasn't. She was trying to stay in the room. I was trying to get her out of the room. She wasn't trying to get. I guess she was trying to get away from my grip. Yes.
When before you put her in the grip, did you hit her,
No.
punch her,
No.
strike her in any way?
No.
Before you put her in the grip, in the headlock, did you make any contact with her face at all?
No.
Okay. And when you put her in the headlock, is that when you fell to the ground?
I don't know if I really fell to the ground. I know we were wrestling around, and I was trying to pull her, and
You wrestling around, you mean in bed?
well, it started on the bed. I was on the bed, and she was off the bed when it started.
Yeah. Well, describe to me as best as you can recall the entire sequence of events. I'm now referring to the evening of January 1, 1989, correct?
Correct.
About what time in the morning?
I don't know.
About 4?
I don't know.
Okay, well tell me what happened,
At what point?
starting with the argument you had in bed.
We didn't really have an argument. She had an argument with me, and she went out of the room, and I locked the door.
Out of the bedroom?
Yes.
And what was she arguing about with you?
Something that she had mistaken, something that what's her name? Who is now Marcus Allen's wife. And
Catherine?
Catherine had said to her. And she was arguing about that. And I said, well, call Catherine. I think you misunderstood what she told you. And at this particular point when the argument started, and she got out of the bed. Actually, it started in the bed. She got out of the bed and went in. And I guess what she does is pick and clean her face.
Pick her face, what does that mean?
I don't know. She does it every night. Women, ask your wife, she'll tell you.
Are you telling me that she picked her face such that she caused these marks on her face?
I don't think. I
I
think
don't know what these marks
yeah,
are.
I'm
The
sure
marks
that's
reflected on the photographs, Mr. Baker.
Well, there's a lot of marks.
Marks on the
I
face.
know there are.
yeah. Well,
Let
But
me,
they're-
let me ask you this question.
Well,
Did the-
don't answer these marks on the
Okay,
photograph.
when she went into the bathroom after your discussion about Catherine, by the way, did that discussion concern the subject of your infidelity?
possibly yes.
You were unfaithful to her and she was upset about it, right?
No, that she was absolutely wrong. It had something to do with some earrings.
Okay. Well, we'll get back to that. But staying with this subject, she went into the bathroom and you saw her start to pick her face?
At one point, yes.
At one point before
Yeah.
she came out of the bathroom, you saw her pick her face?
Yes.
The door was open
There's no door there.
and you could see from your bed.
No, I went downstairs and got some water.
And when you went downstairs, you saw her picking her face.
Doing what she does every night. Every night, cleaning her face and picking her face. She has sort of a thing about that.
What does picking her face mean?
I don't know, getting blackheads out, squeezing pimples, that kind of stuff.
Okay, now, when she did this every night, did she walk out of the bathroom with marks on her face?
Sometimes very apparent marks, yes.
Marks exactly like any of the marks you see on her face in these photographs?
Sort of like this by her nose, some of these things on her chin. Yes, she looked like that quite often after she picked her face.
The one to the left of her nose?
Yes.
And the ones on her chin?
Chin, yes, she'd get very red.
He's looking at exhibit number 10. Do you believe that, based on what you saw that evening, that that's how the mark to the left of her nose and on her chin were caused?
I have no belief one way or the other on that.
You see the marks above her left eyebrow?
Yes.
Was that, you think that came about from picking her skin?
No, I think that's was caused by our confrontation, and I believe I'm totally responsible for that.
Okay. What happened after you saw her picking her skin?
I went and got some water.
Excuse me, picking her face.
I went and got water, and I climbed back in bed.
Okay. Did you have any clothing on?
I don't think I had on anything, no.
Okay. And did she?
I'm not sure.
Did she, at that time, sleep with or without any clothing on?
Normally just in her panties.
Okay. Now, what happened next then?
She was still talking as I was in bed, and I made an effort to call Catherine.
You called Catherine?
I was making an effort to call Catherine. I said, well, you just come and call Catherine. And I was making an effort to call her, and at that point she came in the room and kind of came over me and hit me.
You were on the phone?
I was on my bed leaning over, telling her, arguing with her about, you always make these accusations, why don't you call her? Because I know that's not what she meant.
What was the accusation Nicole had made?
Something about me buying earrings for a girl.
Who?
No particular girl.
Was it true?
No, it wasn't.
Had you bought earrings?
No, I didn't.
Totally untrue.
Totally untrue. And I think she just misunderstood what Catherine said, and I believe they had a conversation about it and straightened it out, unfortunately, after this.
In the course of your 17-year relationship with Nicole, did you believe she was a liar?
She lied, yes.
She lied often to you?
Not often, no.
Would you call her a pathological liar?
No, I wouldn't.
More than not, she was honest with you
Yes, yes,
and truthful in her relationship with you, right?
yes.
Okay. When she came back, did she strike you?
Yes.
You didn't see her coming?
I may have seen her coming.
Where'd she hit you?
Well, I don't know. It was just a swing. Kind of, I was on the bed and it was just a thing she did.
Angrily, right?
Yes,
And she hit you with both hands?
I believe so.
Where on your body?
I don't know. She just came and I reacted at
Now-
that point.
As a result of, did she continue to hit you, by the way, throughout this confrontation? Swing at you and try to hit you?
Possibly, but at that point I was just trying to get out of the room, and Nicole is Nicole. She didn't want to be put out of the room.
As a result of this confrontation, did you suffer any injuries?
I had a scratch right around here, right around this area of my body.
Was that the only thing?
Only thing I noticed, yes.
And when she started to hit you on the bed, or on the face, or on the body?
On the body.
The chest? On the back? Where?
I don't know. I was just laying on bed, and she just came at me. It may have been across my arms, because I saw her come. I saw the motion at me.
What did you do?
I grabbed her.
Where?
I don't know. Just grabbed her.
Put both arms around her to try to restrain her?
Yes.
Both arms around her back?
I don't know. We wrestled somewhat.
I don't know what wrestle means,
Well,
so I'm trying to get to the specifics.
Well, I can't describe it to you. We just wrestled, you know.
Did
if
you fall on the
If you ever
bed?
saw a wrestling match, that's what we were doing. No.
Did she fall on the bed?
Yes, I believe.
Was she yelling at you?
I don't remember.
What were you saying to her during this time?
I don't think had my hands full, so I don't believe I was saying anything to her.
Were you yelling at her, screaming at her?
No, I don't think so. I was just trying to get her out of the room.
Using profanity?
I don't think so, but I could have.
Did you tell her to get out of the room?
I actually moved her out of the room.
Okay, you got her out of the room?
Yes.
And you locked the door?
Yes.
And was that the end of the confrontation?
No.
How did you actually get her from the bed out of the room?
I grabbed her and I kind of wrestled her. I kind of pulled her. I may have at that point had her around her waist, sort of. And I believe I was behind her at that time because I didn't have much problem getting her out of the room.
How far is the door? From the bed?
15 feet.
And you locked the door then?
Yes.
Did her face, by the way, hit anything along the way?
I don't know. I couldn't see.
And then what happened next?
I locked the door. She evidently went and got a key and came back.
Where were you when she came back?
On the bed.
What were you doing?
I don't know. Just thinking about it all, I guess.
And what happened when she opened the door?
I grabbed her again.
You heard her fumbling at the lock?
No, she got into the room.
And then she came over to the bed?
As she walked into the room, I was getting off the bed.
And what happened then?
I said I didn't want her in the room.
What was she saying to you as she came in the room?
I don't really recall.
No memory of that?
No.
And then you got up to do what?
To have her leave the room.
And how did you cause her to leave the room?
I wrestled her again.
Did you fall onto the floor?
I can't really recall.
Did you fall on the floor the first time you got her out?
I don't recall.
And did you just get her out of the room quickly?
Not as quickly as the first time.
What happened?
We wrestled. She was forceful.
She was strong?
Yes, very strong.
And you just kept her in a headlock and didn't pull her
I
out?
don't know, we wrestled. As I said, I wasn't the whole time in a headlock. We, at this point, wrestled. She was fighting me off her, and I was trying to grab her to get her out of the room.
And you're positive though, that your fists and your hands didn't touch her face?
Yes.
Or her arm, right?
Maybe her arm, yes.
And when you got her out of the room, you
Yes.
locked the door again?
Yes.
And it was at the end of the physical confrontation?
Yes, for the most part, yes.
Was that the only time you had a physical confrontation with her?
Yes, of this nature, yes.
Of any nature? I mean a fight like that?
Yeah.
Not a romantic...
Yes.
Now, this was the only occasion, is that?
Yeah, a fight like this, yes.
Did you have less intense fights?
I wouldn't
Physical.
call them.
Physical confrontations?
Yes, certainly less, yes.
How many?
We had arguments.
No, I mean physical.
He means where there was you hit her or she hit you or something like that?
Well, she hit me on numerous occasions.
And on numerous occasions when Nicole hit you, you never hit her back, right?
Correct.
So I just want to get this clear. In your entire relationship with Nicole, withdrawn, in your entire relationship with Nicole, in the entire time that you knew Nicole, you never once hit her with your fist, is that true?
Never once did I ever hit her with my fist,
You-
ever.
You never once slapped her with your hand,
Never once have I ever slapped Nicole.
and never once did you strike her with your hand.
Never.
Never once did you strangle her.
Never.
Never once did you choke her.
Never.
Never once did you beat her.
Never.
Never once did you physically hurt her.
Never.
And if Nicole said you did those things to you, she would not be telling the truth. Is that what
Correct.
you're saying?
That's correct.
She would be lying.
Yes. But she would not tell that lie under oath.
She would tell that lie when she's not under oath. Is that what you're saying?
Possibly, yes.
She would lie to herself even?
I don't know what you mean by
I don't know
that.
what that means, yes, I'm sorry.
She would write in her diary that you hit her when it wasn't true?
She never had a diary.
She would write notes to herself or journal entries about your beating her when that didn't occur?
Yes, that's correct.
Why would she do such things?
Because she wanted me to tear up my prenuptial agreement. And I gather her lawyers and her came up with that as a scheme.
So you're saying that Nicole would have in effect tried to defraud you?
Not under oath, she wouldn't, because she refused to testify to that under oath. Which she told me.
So she told you that she made up all these incidents of battery by you just for the purpose of avoiding your prenuptial agreement with her at the behest of her lawyers.
Yes, but you must understand, they never used it. She would never let them use it. It was sort of a threat, but it never went anywhere.
But in carrying out this fraud, you believe that she went so far as to write down on paper a number of incidents that you believe she made up out of whole cloth.
Yes.
By the way, were you arrested as a result of this 1989 incident?
No.
Did the cops come out?
Yes.
And you left, correct?
Yes.
You drove away, right?
Yes.
While they were still there, right?
I believe so.
And you, and they were pursuing you, weren't they?
No.
They came after you, didn't they?
No.
You didn't tell them you were leaving, though, right?
Correct.
Or did you tell Nicole, right?
Correct.
Just like you didn't tell anyone on the 17th when you were leaving, correct?
Correct.
Let me show you this picture. Did we mark this yet? Okay. Anyway, this is Exhibit 9. Did you ever seen that before?
No.
You ever seen it in court?
No. Well, I think we may have saw it in court.
Do you see those bruises on her face?
No.
You don't see anything?
No. I mean, I see this eye thing.
You don't think this picture reflects any bruising or injuries or marks on Nicole's face?
No, I don't.
What do you think this
I
reflects?
think it reflects doing a movie that we're doing, and we're doing makeup.
You have a specific recollection of that?
I have a specific recollection of us doing that, yes.
When
I
was
don't know
that,
if this
Mr.
was
Simpson?
the exact, I didn't take that picture, so I don't know. In the late 70s.
In the late 70s, you had Nicole made up?
No, we were making ourselves up. I think I was doing a movie called Detour to Terror at the time.
Sorry.
I think I was doing a movie called Detour to Terror at the time.
And
And I mean, I don't have any specific recollection of this. I just know what, I just read something.
what did you read?
I read what Nicole told Denise Brown, that that's what this picture was.
Makeup?
Yes,
When did you read that?
in one of the Discovery things.
Now, before you read that, had you ever seen that picture?
No.
And did you?
I may have.
Did you remember that you had this makeup session with Nicole?
Well, I don't think I had it with her. I think I was doing this thing, and we were all supposed to look abused and stuff doing this shoot, and I was trying to get her a part so she can get her SAG card.
Did Nicole tell you that she had been made up to look like an abused, battered woman when that occurred?
I don't think so. I think what we were doing was we were just doing makeup.
Yeah.
We were doing different makeups.
Yeah, I know, but my question is whether she told you after she had this makeup put on her that she had that done to her?
Well, I saw part of it been done. I mean, I don't know if that's specifically one time. We did it more than once.
When you saw it being done, was it she being made up like the picture in this exhibit?
We have things to that effect, yes.
Like in a battered woman, right?
Well, I don't know if this is a battered woman picture, but
supposed to show
someone
marks
with bruises. I had a puffy eye and everything they did to me too.
So when you read that thing about Denise, and that reminded you of that earlier incident?
Yes, because I knew that Nicole, I've never seen Nicole look like this before. So, unless it was before she knew me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did Nicole get this mud on her pants on Exhibit 5? Do you know?
Only from what I saw in police reports.
Could we please give those new exhibit numbers?
Yes. I'll
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, Michelle, I just saw Michelle's testimony on that, or her police report on that, evidently. Nicole fell when they were outside.
You've read quite a bit of material, haven't you?
Yes,
He didn't have much to do for 15 months.
yeah, but I knew that even before. I knew she fell even before, because she told me about it and we talked about it.
How do you count for the finger marks on Nicole's throat, Mr. Simpson?
I don't know. I never saw them, so I can't account for them.
But you are positive that they're not marks caused by your fingers, is that
No,
right?
I didn't tell you that. I told you that maybe during the course of wrestling her, I could have touched her neck, yes. I'm wrestling her, and I'm holding her. It's pretty tough not to have a person around their shoulders and their necks and their bodies. We were wrestling, and it could have happened, yes.
What could have happened is that you could have had your fingers around her throat and caused those marks. Is that what you're saying?
I certainly wasn't choking her.
Well, I'm not asking you if you were choking her. I'm trying to be specific without characterizing it. I'm saying what could have happened is that you could have had your fingers around her throat, and you could have caused the marks that she had on her throat. Is that
And
right?
you are depicting a fingers around the throat as somebody choking.
No.
And,
Well, I'm not on video. Yeah.
But that's, okay.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. First, will you show me the marks on her throat? I mean, I don't recall ever seeing it, and I happen to see these pictures in court, unfortunately. I don't ever recall seeing those marks. No one has ever shown me a picture of those marks that you're describing right now.
Well, do you remember putting your fingers on her throat?
No.
And you remember choking her?
No, I know I didn't choke her.
Remember causing any marks to be made by your fingers? Excuse me, do you remember having your fingers cause marks to be left on her neck?
Not specifically. I think any marks that's on her, I take full responsibility for. I don't know what else you want me to do. I take total responsibility
Why?
for it, because I shouldn't have handled the situation the way I did. All my life with Nicole, no matter what was going on, I handled it without being physical with her, and that time I got physical with her, and I'm ashamed of it. I wish it not had happened, and I make no excuses for it.
How'd you get physical with her?
I tried to remove her from the room.
And now you think you should not have tried to do so?
Not now. I felt it immediately after then. I should not have done so.
This caused a big rift in your relationship with her, didn't it?
Yes, I think so, yes.
She was very upset with you as a result of what you did, right?
Yes.
And you were separated for months, right?
That's absolutely wrong. We weren't separated for anything for the 2 days, that day. And the next day I was home with her, and we never separated for more than 48 hours from this incident.
Are you saying that 48 hours after this incident on January 1, 1989, you were reconciled with Nicole?
I would say, as far as splitting up, 24 hours after this incident, we had reconciled the fact that we weren't going to split up, but it was painful. It was so much pain, and I had hoped it wouldn't lead eventually to a split up, but we didn't live anywhere else. I stayed at a friend's house for a few days. I spent the whole day at the house with her, but I just felt I had some anger myself, and I just felt a little distance would help. So for about 2 days I stayed away, and I just hoped it wouldn't lead eventually that this would be, as you call, a rift that wouldn't be something that could divide our relationship over a period of time. But at that particular time, we did not split up. I believe we had friends over 1 week later, and we took a trip together within 30 days of this incident.
How much time went by after January 1, 1989 before Nicole and you reconciled?
What do you mean by reconcile? You have to tell me what you mean by reconcile. We never split.
What does reconcile mean to you?
To me, reconcile totally technically is is if you split up and then you reconcile when you come back together.
That never happened.
That never happened.
So you never split up, and therefore you never had to reconcile. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
I think we had to reconcile what happened that night for both of us. In that sense, that we needed a that's why we went to therapy. We had to reconcile how did our relationship reach a point where something like this could happen. Yes, and I had to reconcile in my mind how I could let our relationship get to the point that I could be physical with her. It was a traumatic thing for me. But as far as splitting up, she never called a lawyer. I never called a lawyer. It was not a situation like that.
What do you mean she didn't call a lawyer?
She didn't call a lawyer to talk.
Charges against you.
No, she didn't. The DA did.
But she was a complaining party, right?
That night, she was a complaining party.
And she cooperated, right?
Of course she did.
And in fact, you were convicted as a result of entering
That's
a plea of
correct.
nolo contendering.
That's correct.
You tried to talk her out of pursuing that, didn't you?
Yeah, we talked about that, yes. I asked her, was she going to testify in court? She said no.
You were concerned that the damage that it would do to your public image and your reputation, correct?
Partially, yes.
By the way, you went to therapy because the court ordered you to do so, correct?
That's absolutely wrong.
The court ordered you to go to therapy, right?
6 months later, I had been going to therapy for those 5 or 6 months whenever I got to court. I had started therapy immediately that week.
Your lawyer told you to do that, right?
No, I wanted to do that even before I saw my lawyer. I didn't see my lawyer, speak to my lawyer for a few days because he was out of town at that time.
But your lawyer advised you to do that also, right?
He didn't have to advise
Don't
me.
answer that, O.J. That's just
No.
calling. That's
By the way, did Ron Shipp have anything to do with this incident?
Yes, not this incident, no.
What did Ron Shipp's
A
have
few
to do with
days later, he came over, like many of our friends did.
He was a friend, right?
He was a guy I knew. He was friendly. He was not a guy I ever invited to do anything. He was never at my house for a party unless there was 300 or 400 people at the party. If I had a party of 50 or 100, he was not one of the people there.
So he never spent time with you alone, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Or in small groups of friends, right?
That's correct. Oh, unless he showed up at a restaurant or
Uninvited.
something. Well, I don't know if he wasn't invited by me, but I'd never invited him to dinner ever.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Now, going back, what happened with Shipp a couple of days later?
He came by.
What did he discuss with you?
He wanted to discuss what, I don't know if he wanted to discuss what was happening. He tried to talk to Nicole. He came in and talked to me. He said that he had some expertise in this field.
Field of
He made
domestic violence?
Yes, and he made some suggestions.
What did he suggest to you?
He wanted me to make some public statement about the incident.
You said no.
Yes,
Why?
because I didn't want to.
What else did he tell you?
I, at that point, was looking, was saying I'm gonna have to get, Nicole and I are gonna have to go to some therapy, and he made a suggestion for a person,
Who?
Bert Catay.
And you went to Bert, right?
That's correct.
Did he suggest anything else to you?
No.
Now, you heard some testimony in court about the police being out to your house 7 or 8 times in the course of your relationship with Nicole.
One more time.
Where'd you leave off?
I just start the question again. You made some testimony?
You heard some testimony in court about the police coming out to your house for domestic violence incidents about 7 or 8 times. You hear that testimony?
I heard that, I don't know if it was in court, but I certainly heard that accusation, yes.
Is that true?
Totally false.
Okay. How many times the police come out as a result of incidents involving Nicole and you?
Will you tell me what incidents? What do you mean by incidents?
As a result of any disagreement, conflict, fight, whatever, between Nicole and you?
Counting 89, 2 other times.
Once when?
Once in 1993 when we were having an argument at our house on Gretna Green.
And the other time?
Other guy, I'm not sure because I know we didn't call the police, but I'm told now it was Mark Fuhrman showed up at our house.
You mean just showed up?
Yes.
Nobody called him?
Didn't call the police, no.
How did he get there?
I'm assuming Westat called him.
That was a result of a fight that you and Nicole were having?
An argument that we were having.
And
I don't even, yeah, an argument we were having.
Who called Westek?
Nicole.
Okay. Any other times police
No,
come out?
never any other time, at any other time, ever.
Were you arrested in 1985 when the police came out?
For what?
For anything?
No.
Were you arrested in 1993 when they came out?
Well, you said 1985 when the police.
Yeah, I
came
don't
out.
believe it was
There's no-
1985
there's
either,
no
yes.
incident there's no
You
foundation.
just mentioned something about Mr. Fuhrman.
Yeah, but it wasn't 1985,
What
I
was
know
the
that.
year?
I don't know, but I know it wasn't 1985.
How do you know that?
Because they said it was in the fall, and I recall it being in the fall. And in the fall, Nicole was pregnant, and after she was pregnant, she was laid up in bed.
You got to try to keep up, David.
Because they said,
Because
Just slow down.
Nicole was pregnant in the fall of 1985. It was the first year we were married. We never had any arguments that year. After she had the baby, she had C-section, so she wouldn't have been out, couldn't get her for the next 2 years to go out having drinks with friends. And this incident had taken place after she had returned home from having drinks with friends. So it certainly, and Nicole certainly was not the fall of 1985.
Well, based on what you just said, can you fix the time for us?
I believe it was 1984.
In the fall?
Yes.
Okay. Did the police arrest you when they came out in the fall of 1984?
There was no reason for them to be there. I think they testified to that
The
in
answer to that
court.
is yes or no.
No.
And did they arrest you in 1993?
No.
Okay.
Should we take a lunch break since it's noon?
Yeah.
This is the end of case number 1 of volume 4. Time of approximately 12:03, and your comments are ready.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Simpson.
Good afternoon.
Johnny Cochran was one of your lawyers in the criminal case, correct?
Yes.
And you were there throughout the trial, correct?
Correct.
Including the opening statement made by Mr. Cochran, correct?
Correct.
Let me just tell you that you are not going to examine Mr. Simpson on any comments made by Johnny Cochran.
Let me ask you, let me read something that Mr. Cochran said and ask you a few questions about it. With regard to Rockingham, Mr. Simpson's residence again, I expect there will be testimony that Mr. Simpson did in fact cut his finger at some place where I'm pointing now, near the end of his middle finger. And he so told the police that evening, January 13, and that he went out, he did it either as he was about to leave or when he went out to the Bronco to get his cellular phone. My question to you was that statement true?
Don't answer that. We're not going to. He's not going to be interrogated on what Mr. Cochran said at the trial unless you get a court order. That is not evidence in any case, and that is not a proper examination, in my opinion.
I'm not asking him for this purpose, Mr. Baker, that on the theory that Mr. Cochran's statement is an admission, although I may take that position later on. I'm simply asking him about the statement, his knowledge about the statement.
You have examined him, Mr. Petrocelli, on all of that. You know exactly what his testimony is, and we're not going to go into that. Not without a court order.
Did you tell that to Mr. Cochran?
Don't answer that either.
Same objections?
Well, it's the same objection, plus it's obviously attorney-client privilege.
Well, not if Mr. Cochran said it.
What? Pardon me?
Mr. Cochran said this to the jury.
I understand that.
And if you got that information from Mr. Simpson, how can it be protected by the attorney-client privilege?
Because he doesn't have to tell you anything he told Mr. Cochran, and that would obviously, well, I'm not going to go into any further except to say that he does not have to divulge any of that, regardless of where Mr. Cochran got that. That does not waive his attorney-client privilege, in my opinion. But
You'll instruct him, right?
I will instruct him, and we both know our positions on this issue.
Well, just a few more questions.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you know of any person other than yourself who knew that you cut your middle finger on June 12th?
Other than what he has testified here today about his conversations with Van Adder, with Lang, with...
No, I'm asking a different question, Mr. Pickharver. I'm asking whether you, Mr. Simpson, know of any person or source who could have, other than yourself, because your attorney has barred me about asking about your questions, your conversations with Mr. Cochran. So any person or source other than yourself who would know that you, in fact, cut your finger on June 12, 1994?
You can answer that, O.J., although you've interrogated him at length.
But this
throughout
is
the-
different, Mr. Baker.
You
It's
can
also
call
a
it
different It's also a different finger. You can answer.
I'm sorry, you'd have to.
Do you know of any person or source who would know that you in fact cut your middle finger on June 12, 1994?
Cut my middle finger?
Correct.
On the left hand.
On the left hand.
Would know in fact, which means they saw it?
Correct.
On
Wait a
June
minute.
12th, saw it? No, I don't know anyone who would have saw that on June 12th. No.
Do you know of any person other than yourself who would know that you cut any of your fingers on June 12, 1994?
Meaning if they would have saw it.
Or you told them?
He cut his middle finger on June 12th.
Oh.
I mean, so
That's
you
what
say
Mr.
other than yourself. I mean, but I
That's
don't
what Mr.
care
Cochran
I don't
said.
care what Mr. Cochran said.
What?
Mr. Cochran wasn't under oath, and that's not evidence in the case.
Well, I
Ask Mr.
disagree.
Cochran
I
about it.
disagree with that.
You
but
think that's evidence? You think opening statement's
think
evidence in
when-
the case?
I think it's an authorized admission.
Oh,
But put that aside, Mr. Baker.
in a criminal case?
The question was not directed to the middle finger. It was directed to any finger in any event.
No, it was directed to
No,
his
what
left
are-
middle finger on the 12th.
You want to read the last question back?
Now, read the question before that.
That's what I mean.
Okay.
Both questions. You said middle finger on both times.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Question, do you know of any person other than yourself who would know that you cut any of your fingers on June 12, 1994?
Okay, read one before that.
But that's the one that I want the answer to. He already answered the prior question.
Read the prior question back. I want to hear it.
Let's play it back for Mr. Baker.
Question, do you know of any person or source who would know that you in fact cut your middle finger on June 12, 1994? Answer, cut my middle finger. Question, correct. Mr. Baker, on the left hand. Mr. Petrocelli, on the left hand. The witness would know in fact, which means they saw it? Question, correct. Mr. Baker, wait a minute. The witness on June 12 saw it? No, I don't know anyone who would ever saw that on June 12, no.
Now read the next question.
Question, do you know of any person other than yourself who would know that you cut any of your fingers on June 12, 1994?
You can answer that.
When you know as a fact by seeing it.
Seeing it? Correct.
Seeing it, no.
Or you're telling them?
Well, I don't know if I'm getting into attorney-client here.
Well, you didn't tell anybody on June 12, 1994
On June 12th, I didn't tell anybody anything. No.
that you cut your finger, did you?
I didn't tell anybody on June 12th anything.
And did you in fact cut your finger on June 12?
I don't know. I saw blood on one of my fingers and on my counter on June 12th, and I saw blood.
Do you know where Mr. Cochran got the information that you in fact cut your finger on June 12th?
Don't answer that.
Do you know where Mr. Cochran got the information? Well, I only asked him, by the way, if he knew of where the source was.
I followed your question very carefully.
Okay.
And,
You still instructed?
I'm still.
Okay. Do you know where Mr. Cochran got the information that you, in fact, cut your finger either as you were about to leave or when you went out to the Bronco to get your cellular phone?
Don't answer that.
Do you know anybody other than yourself who would have known on the evening of June 12 that you cut your finger either when you went to leave or when you went out to the Bronco to get your phone?
He's already answered you about his cuts on June 12th. Don't answer that. It's asked and answered
Okay.
multiple times.
Do you know anyone other than yourself who would know that you cut your finger as you were about to leave or when you went out to the Bronco to get the phone?
Same instruction and same objection.
The question here, Mr. Baker, is directed to the latter part about how the cut occurred.
And you've gone into that in excruciating detail very, very well, and that's all been asked and answered, and I'm not going to allow him to answer that.
After Mr. Cochran said this to the jury, did you inform him that his statement was false?
Don't answer that again.
Mr. Simpson, was there an incident in which you beat Nicole in San Francisco?
No.
Did you beat her in 1977, to be specific, in San Francisco?
No.
Okay. Do you recall an incident when Nicole found an earring in her apartment bed in San Francisco,
No.
where she accused you of sleeping with someone named Terry,
No.
where you threw a fit,
No.
where you chased her,
No.
grabbed her,
No.
threw her into the walls,
No.
threw all of her clothes out the window into the street,
No.
and bruised her?
No.
You don't recall any of that?
No.
Or you're positive it did not occur?
Yes.
And see if I could jog your recollection. Mr. Cowlings came by and he tried to calm you down.
No.
You're positive that didn't happen?
Positive.
Okay. Do you recall an incident? Oh, first of all, did Nicole have an apartment in San Francisco?
No.
Did you?
Yes.
And do you recall whether that incident that I just described occurred in your apartment?
It didn't occur?
Didn't occur wherever, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Nicole ever have a place on Ashton Street?
I believe Nicole did.
Okay. Did you have a physical confrontation with her on Ashton Street
No.
at a time when you were wearing a cast on your leg?
No.
Did you yell and scream and swear and call her fucking bitch and motherfucker?
No.
And was she crying and wailing?
No.
You don't recall any of that?
I don't recall ever in my life having a cast on my leg.
Okay. What about when you threw her, do you recall throwing her against the floor or the wall,
No.
hitting her in the face,
Never
and
happened.
giving her black eyes?
No.
You know who Connie Good is?
No.
Do you recall an event in New York when you and Nicole went to a friend's anniversary party and you and Nicole got into a fight?
No.
Where you got upset with Nicole because she was talking to a man in a bar? This is in New York now.
No.
Nicole, you dragged Nicole out of the bar and slapped her around.
No.
That did not occur?
Did not occur.
And did you hit her on the street corner?
No.
You were approached by a person who wanted to help and you said, stay out, it's a family matter.
No.
Okay. Did you, in New York, call Nicole's mother a whore
No.
or beat Nicole during intercourse?
No.
Do you know who Betsy Rocket is?
Yes.
Who is she?
A friend of Nicole's.
How long did she know Nicole?
I don't know.
Are you aware that Nicole wrote such incidents down in her own handwriting?
During our divorce, yes.
How did you become aware of that, Mr. Simpson?
She told me.
She told you that she had wrote these incidents down?
Yes. I don't know about those specific incidents, but
Yeah,
she
these
told
two
me.
that I mentioned.
Not those specifically, no.
Did she mention these to you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Did she show you the things that she wrote down?
No.
Did you ask to see them?
No.
Did you ask her? This is in your way.
Is there a pending question?
Is there a pending question?
A portion of it pending question. Question, did you ask her?
Yeah, did you ask her for the details of any of the incidents that she wrote up?
No.
Did she actually tell you that she made them up?
Yes.
All of them?
Well, I don't know about all of them. I don't know what all of them were at the time.
Did she tell you how she went about making them up?
I don't know if, the question, I don't know if I can answer that specifically.
Well, what I'm trying to find out is whether she explained to you how she invented these stories.
How she invented them?
Yeah.
No, just why they did them.
You've already said that, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that was to trump up a charge against you to get out of the prenuptial agreement?
Those weren't my words, I don't think.
That was the gist of it?
Yeah, the gist was to try to get me to tear up my prenuptial agreement.
What did your prenuptial agreement have to do with these incidents?
I guess they wanted more money out of my divorce.
And how would manufacturing incidents help in the divorce?
Well, my lawyers didn't think it would happen at all, but I guess they were trying to attack my prenuptial based on abuse or something, or thought I'd be, I don't know what they thought. Maybe they thought they could blackmail me into tearing up my prenuptial agreement.
Are you referring to an agreement that you had with Nicole following the 1989 incident, which you said that if you ever willfully, physically inflicted injury on her again, that you would tear up your prenuptial agreement?
No,
Now, what are you referring to?
a prenuptial agreement that we signed when we got married,
What year?
1985.
That's when you got married, right?
Yes.
And you and Nicole had a prenuptial agreement before the marriage?
Yes,
She was represented by a lawyer,
yes,
and you were also.
yes.
Who was her lawyer,
I don't know.
and who was yours?
I think it was Clemens.
Bruce Clemens,
Yes, I believe so.
and who was yours?
I think Goldberg.
And Nicole told you that the lawyers told her that if they came up with incidents of abuse, they could somehow get out of the prenuptial agreement,
That wasn't her exact words, no.
but to that effect?
Yes.
And if they got out of the prenuptial agreement, then she would get more money from you?
Yes.
Okay.
But those weren't exactly how she said it to me or her words, no.
Do you remember how exactly she said it?
Yes.
Tell me.
She said that this is after she had made her mind she wouldn't do it. She said they were trying to get her to say all kind of things. And she wouldn't do it. And they even had a psychologist that they tried to make her go to make her hate me, quote unquote, hate me. And that she was sick of it all.
Who was a psychologist?
Susan Ford.
Did Nicole go to her?
I don't know, but in the things that I've read since I was in jail, yes.
Did Nicole tell you that she actually went to this psychologist and said, told her stories that were not true about abuse?
No, she told me that she said that this lady was trying to make, this lady was crazy. I believe she even wrote it down, and I believe it's in Discovery, that this woman is crazy. She's trying, her words to me, she's trying to make me hate you. And I'm not going to go to her anymore.
Did Nicole tell you that she had in fact seen this psychologist at least once?
I didn't say if she said at least once. She just said that they had her going to this psychologist who was crazy.
And did she tell you that she had told this psychologist fabricated stories about abuse?
I don't think she got into that about the psychologist. She
Okay.
was just telling me in general that that's what they were trying to get her to do, and she wouldn't testify to it.
Did Nicole tell you, withdrawn, Mr. Simpson, when did you first find out from Nicole that she was involved in inventing these stories of abuse?
Around, I believe it was May or June, middle of May or June of '92.
Now, she filed for divorce in January or February. Remember the month?
I believe February, end of January, early February.
1992, right?
Yes.
And the divorce was over in October of 1992,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And she said she didn't want to go through with it, and this was about May or June, right?
Go through it what?
With the stories of abuse.
Yes. Yes.
And from that point on, do you know whether that effort by her to invent these stories was abandoned?
Yes. My lawyers never brought it up to me again.
Your lawyers had been bringing it up to you before then?
Yes.
And who were your lawyers?
Jerry Goldberg. Skipped
Excuse me?
And skip tap,
And
liberty
skip
tap.
tap, yeah.
Yes.
But the divorce proceedings went on, right?
Yes.
And from that point on, did the subject of abuse ever come up in your divorce proceedings?
Not that I know of.
Now, you had, there was a trial that began, did it not?
Yes.
And it lasted, what, 1 or 2 days?
Well, I testified, and once again, she wouldn't testify to that, so she didn't show up one day.
And that was the end of the trial?
She came to my house, and we settled, and the trial was just about over.
Oh, this was about near the end of the trial, correct?
This was virtually the end of the trial, yes.
And how long had the trial lasted?
I don't know.
About a week or so?
I don't think so, but we were in and out of town, so I'm not really sure.
When you testified, Mr. Simpson, did you give any testimony about the subject of abuse?
If they asked me, yes.
And did they?
I'm pretty sure they did.
You mean, you're a lawyer?
Please don't point at him.
Oh, I'm not pointing in an offensive manner. I'm just pointing my pen, Mr.
It's in
Baker.
the eyes of the beholder.
For the
Mr.
record.
Petrocelli.
In any event, did both lawyers question you about abuse?
I don't recall.
Did they ask you whether you had ever engaged in physical abuse of Nicole?
At this moment, I don't recall, but I'm sure there's a record of it.
And what did you say
In what respect?
about whether you had engaged in acts of physical abuse?
Since I don't know what the exact questions were, or if there were questions at all about it, and I'm not clear at this point if there were, I can't tell you what my answers would have been.
Yeah. You had conversations with Nicole around this time that if she testified to such acts of abuse, it would damage your earning potential and damage her prospects for getting money as well, correct?
I personally had no contact, no conversation with Nicole about the divorce. I didn't want to talk about it. I said, let the lawyers deal with it.
Well, when she came to you and you told you that she was inventing stories of abuse, you told her that if she went through with those stories, that would damage both of you financially, correct?
That's incorrect.
Did that subject come up at all?
No, when she told me, it was when she had already made up her mind not to do it.
You understood there's no fault divorce, at least at that time, correct?
I thought so, yes.
And do you understand how the issue of abuse was relevant to your divorce case?
You should ask her lawyer. I don't know.
Did you have any discussion with Nicole at any time after she filed for divorce about her not pursuing charges of abuse against you in the divorce case?
Not at all.
You never tried to discourage her from asserting such claims?
She can do whatever she wants to do.
You never tried to discourage her?
Exactly.
And never even discussed it?
Didn't discuss it.
What's it say? It's just that one stage. There did come a time in your marriage to Nicole that you and she entered into an agreement that if you ever willfully inflicted injury on her again, that the prenuptial agreement would be voided, correct?
That's correct.
And so in making that agreement, you agreed that you had inflicted physical injury on her in the past, correct?
Yes, and it wasn't an agreement. It was something I gave her. She just accepted it. So it was just something I offered.
Yeah. And the reason you offered it is because you felt responsible for beating her, correct?
No, I felt responsible for her injuries and in 1989.
Well, you felt responsible for inflicting those injuries, correct?
For being responsible for those injuries,
Not
yes.
for inflicting them, right?
Not necessarily that, no.
Yeah. Did you ever abuse her after that agreement?
No,
Did she sign that agreement?
I believe so.
Did she sign it after you sent it to her?
She couldn't have signed it before I sent it to her.
Shortly after?
I don't know.
Did she wait a long time before signing it?
I don't know.
Did Nicole tell you whose idea it was to invent stories of abuse against you?
No.
Did you tell your lawyers what Nicole told you?
Oh, are you talking about him telling Jerry?
Whether Nicole, withdrawn, did you tell Jerry Goldberg or any other divorce lawyer of yours that Nicole told you she had been inventing stories of abuse against you?
Well, I don't think he has to tell you that. That's protected by the attorney-client privilege. So
Did
don't
you-
answer that,
okay.
Mr. Simpson.
Well, you instructed not to answer.
Yes.
Did you tell anyone other than your divorce lawyers that Nicole had been inventing stories of abuse against you in the divorce proceedings?
Any lawyers at all, OJ, and then you can answer the question.
I'm sorry.
Did you tell anybody other than your lawyers, whether they be divorce lawyers, your criminal lawyers, your civil lawyers, any lawyers that you've had? Did you tell anybody else? You can answer that question.
That wasn't my question.
I understand that, but we're not going to get into whether he told
Skip
myself.
Taft? Let me make it clearer.
All right.
At or about the time that Nicole told you that she was inventing stories of abuse against you, did you tell anybody other than your divorce lawyers?
Not that I can recall.
And prior to Nicole's murder, did you tell anybody other than your divorce lawyers that she had invented stories of abuse against you?
Well, and you can exclude any other lawyers that you told who were representing you at the time. You can't ask him if he told other lawyers. You can ask him, but he isn't required to answer.
I excluded all of you folks and Mr. Cochran and so forth.
I understand that, but you haven't excluded Skip Taft, who's a lawyer who's represented him for 25 years, and he's entitled to the same attorney-client protection as any other citizen.
I don't believe that's protected information, merely conveying that kind of fact to a lawyer. But put that aside, and you've instructed him not to answer, so I'll change my question. Other than lawyers, other than your lawyers, prior to Nicole's murder, did you tell anyone that Nicole was inventing stories of abuse against you?
I'm sorry, what the first part of that question, I was spaced out.
Okay. I'm focusing on a time period before Nicole's murder. Okay. Did you ever tell anyone other than your lawyers that Nicole had invented stories of abuse against you?
I can't recall. I can't recall. It seems that I've had the conversation, but I just, at this time, can't recall with who.
Can't recall a single person that you said that to other than lawyers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did Nicole tell you whose idea it was to invent these charges?
I was ask and answer, but you can answer it again.
No, when she told me that she wasn't going to do this. I think her words were always they.
Meaning the divorce lawyers?
That's who I assumed she was talking about.
When she said she wasn't going to do this, did she tell you that she had gone so far as to write all these incidents down?
No.
Did you ever discuss that Nicole had made up these stories with the Browns? Louis or Judita or Denise or any member of the Brown family?
I may have, yes.
With whom?
Would have been, it would have been Judy. And I don't know if it was concerning this or at another time, but I'm sure I had a conversation about one incident, at least with Denise.
Relate that conversation that you had with Judy.
I don't know. I know Judy and I talked about just about everything then, so I can't relate the conversation, any specific conversation, but I'm pretty sure that I brought it up with Judy.
The fact that Nicole had been making up these stories?
Not that she'd been making up these stories, that what the lawyers were intimating to me, because I didn't know what was going on. My lawyers informed me, I didn't inform my lawyers.
Well, you don't have to talk
No.
about what your lawyers informed you, Jerry.
No.
I'm just asking what you and Judy Brown discussed and
We
whether you
discussed
told
just
her.
about everything that was going on at the time.
Did you tell her what Nicole had told you about
After
making
Nicole
up
told me?
stories?
After? I'm not sure.
Now, I told you about this story concerning physical confrontation in New York, and you said none of it was true. Is it true that you don't even remember having an argument with her at this anniversary party in New York because she was talking to a man in a bar?
I don't ever recall having an argument with Nicole for talking to a man, period. I mean, an argument with it, no.
Did you recall an incident where you beat and kicked Nicole and put her in a wine closet?
Never happened.
Never happened?
Never happened.
You bruised her leg on that occasion? Do you recall that?
Never happened.
Do you recall any argument where Nicole went to a wine closet to get away from you?
No.
Do you have a wine closet?
Now I do.
Did you?
I think you could call it a wine closet now, but before then, I don't think so.
When did you get the wine closet?
I don't know, in the 90s sometime.
Do you recall an incident when Wayne Hughes, your friend, spoke to you about your hitting Nicole?
No.
Do you recall any conversation with Wayne Hughes about your hitting Nicole?
No.
Do you know whether Nicole ever went to talk to Wayne Hughes about being hit?
No.
And whether Wayne observed an injury in the form of a red spot on Nicole?
No.
You don't know anything about that?
No.
And if Nicole wrote that down, that's not true?
I don't know what she did with Wayne Hughes, so I can't tell you if it's true or not.
But it's not true that you hit her and caused a red spot, correct?
Correct.
Did you and Nicole ever go to a track meet in San Jose?
All I have to say about that is why.
I don't know. I can't recall.
Okay, did you ever, did you get into an argument with her at a track meet or leaving a track meet where you forced her to get out of the car
No.
and left her stranded?
No.
And if Nicole wrote that in some notes, then that's not true, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall an argument with Nicole at a restaurant called La Cantina in 1982,
No.
where Denise Brown was also present?
No.
And you recall following that dinner at La Cantina, you went home and started throwing Nicole's clothes from her closets?
No, not at all.
Smashed framed photos of the Brown family members
No.
and threw Nicole against the wall?
No.
So that's not true.
Not true, no.
Do you recall an incident at Rockingham in 1984 and 1985 where you smashed 20 to 30 or so framed photographs of the Brown family?
No.
Is there anything similar to that occurred?
No.
Where Nicole was crying outside of the house because you were smashing photographs of members of her family?
No.
No such event occurred?
Never happened.
So if anybody said they saw that, then they would be lying, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What are you writing down there?
None of your
Bring it up to
business.
his counsel.
Excuse me? Well, you
Sorry,
don't know
Mama.
that, Mr. Baker. He could be writing down the name of a witness. Who knows? I'm just asking. What is that, Mr. Simpson?
Something from my lawyer.
You don't want to share it with us?
No.
Do you recall an incident in around Rockingham in 1986 when you hit Nicole, tore her sweater and slacks completely off?
Why don't you frame
No.
your questions? Did an incident occur instead of making it a fait accompli, especially in light of his past answers?
Did such an event occur?
Never.
Wasn't there an event when you took Nicole to a doctor, Dr. Martin Alpert, and told the doctor that she suffered an injury as a result of a bicycle accident?
I may have taken to a doctor, but I think she told the doctor that.
Was that true?
I wasn't there when it happened. That's what she told me. And I took her to the doctor, and that's what she told the doctor.
Do you remember the injuries that Nicole had on that occasion?
Well, I don't think there was anything to see, but she told me she had a headache, so I thought she should see a doctor.
X-rays were taken of her head,
Yes.
and did you notice any wounds or bruises or anything on her when you took her to the doctor?
No.
And what did she tell you about how that injury occurred?
She told me she was getting off the bike and trying to get Sydney out of the back seat, the back thing that she was carrying, and evidently she fell back.
She fell back?
Yeah.
And you were not there at the time?
No.
And was it Dr. Alpert?
I don't know.
But you didn't hit her on that occasion?
No.
You ever go to Victoria Beach with Nicole?
Yes.
Yeah, that's near Laguna Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, was there an incident where you hit her on the beach?
No, never.
And she fell to the ground and cried?
No, never.
Did you have an argument with her on the beach in Victoria Beach where she cried?
No.
Now, if such a person saw that, he would not be telling the truth. Is that correct?
That's
Who
correct.
is such a person? Any person saw that?
Anybody. Yeah. Did you ever call Nicole abusive names when she was pregnant?
No.
Like you are a fat pig?
No.
Never said those things to her?
Absolutely not.
Do you have a memory of what you do when you drink excessively?
I don't think I really drink excessively too often, but yes, I don't ever recall blacking out, no.
When you, in the course of your relationship with Nicole, were you ever with her when you were drunk?
When I think I would be called legally intoxicated, yes.
On a number of occasions?
I'm over 17 years, I would say yes.
And on those occasions, do you recall your behavior?
For the most part, yes.
And on any of those occasions with Nicole when you were drunk, did you hit her?
No.
If you did hit her, would you remember?
Yes.
Do you recall going to see something called Disney on Ice with Nicole in 1987?
Not particularly, no.
And you recall whether you getting into a big fight with Nicole after seeing an ice capades or ice show?
No.
Nothing like that?
No.
Do you recall Nicole taking Sydney and some clothing and leaving the house after seeing an ice show?
No.
Do you recall having a very heated argument with Nicole in Hawaii in 1988 because she let Justin kiss a gay man?
Not particularly for that, but I do recall having a argument with her then, yes.
What was that about?
I don't recall what it was, that portion was about, but I do recall what the argument was about.
What was it about?
She called my father a fag.
And what did you do?
I left.
Did you hit her?
No.
Did this have anything to do with Justin kissing a gay man?
It could have, the conversation subject could have started then, yes.
And you were, well, explain to me how it started.
I don't recall how it started. I just recall that the argument started at a later time when she made a derogatory remark about my father.
Now, did you get upset with Nicole because because she permitted a man to hold Justin upon leaving a restaurant and kiss him?
No. But I would have if I'd have saw it. Yes.
You did not hit her on that occasion?
No. No.
Do you recall an incident in which you hit Nicole in the rear of a limo?
I never hit her in a limo.
Okay.
Or any other place for that matter.
I object to the form of these questions. Do you recall, which is a fait accompli that such incident occurred, and
Okay.
I object to those questions.
Was there an occasion when you went with Nicole to a charitable fundraiser at a Rodeo Boulevard nightclub, and in the back of a limousine, returning home to Rockingham, you backhanded her with your hand and hit her in the face?
No.
No such thing occurred?
Never occurred.
And then when you got home to the house, she ran up the stairs and you were lunging and swinging at her?
No.
Do you recall if there was an incident in Malibu at the Red Onion in the summer of 1989 where you, Nicole, Denise, and Julianne Hendricks were having drinks?
No.
Do you know who Julianne Hendricks is?
No.
Okay. You ever been to the Red Onion in Malibu?
No.
You recall having drinks at a restaurant with Nicole and Denise and perhaps others, in which you became loud and unruly and hit Nicole?
No. That never happened.
What about at the, if I were to change it to the Red Onion in Santa Ana, would your answer be the same?
It never happened.
Or any other city, right?
I never hit Nicole in any restaurant or any other city.
Never
No.
slapped her in the face 2 or 3 times on that occasion?
No.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a personal question? Excuse me. Why would he get away with asking that question? Okay.
Do you recall an incident when you got into a heated argument with Nicole for, you don't like the preamble?
I really don't.
Yeah, I'm not trying to trick him. I'm trying to find out
Well,
the
you're trying
information.
to.
I'll
Then
rephrase it.
just ask him, was there an incident?
Was there an incident when you got upset with Nicole because she had just gone off to Aspen?
No.
And you were upset that Nicole was photographed in Aspen without you?
I wouldn't have known if she was photographed without me.
And you shoved her against the Bentley. Did that occur?
No.
This is in January of 1994. Does that ring a bell?
Nicole, in January of 1994?
Yeah.
Nicole went to Aspen without me?
I'm asking you.
No, it never happened.
Did you go to Aspen with her?
In January of 94? No.
After your divorce from Nicole, did you tell Judy that you loved her and you wanted her back?
No.
You never said that to her?
After our divorce? No.
Yes.
No.
Did you tell Judy that you can't live without her?
No.
Did you ever tell Judy Brown that you could not live without Nicole?
No.
Or words to that effect?
No.
After your divorce, did you ever tell Judy Brown in words or substance that people say I should stay away from her, but I can't. I love her, and I can't let her go?
After our divorce?
Yes, after your divorce.
No, no,
This was in about October of 1992,
no,
after your divorce.
no.
Never said such a thing?
Never said such a thing.
Okay. At any time after your divorce, did you tell Judy Brown that the only woman I want in my life and I can't have is your daughter?
No,
Did you ever tell any of those things to anybody else?
no,
Did you ever go to Aspen in order to find out who Nicole was with?
no,
Did you ever go to Aspen separately from Nicole
yes,
when Nicole was also in Aspen and so were you?
no,
So you have never been in, withdrawn. You ever been in Aspen at the same time Nicole was, at a time when the two of you were not together?
no,
Did you ever make plans to go to Aspen to find out who she was with?
no,
Okay. And did you knock on the kitchen door or just walked in?
just walked in.
Did you have a key to that place?
No.
Okay. And when you just walked in, where did you go?
I called upstairs, and then I walked to the backyard.
No one was upstairs?
Maria, I believe, was upstairs.
Maria who?
Housekeeper.
And you know her last name?
Bauer.
She related to Nicole?
Sister-in-law, I mean cousin-in-law.
She's the wife of Nicole's cousin,
That's right.
Rolf,
Rolf.
R-O-L-F.
Yes.
And when you called upstairs and Nicole wasn't there, what did you then do? Go outside?
Yeah.
What happened when you went outside?
When I walked in the back, I saw Nicole in the bedroom.
In the
A bedroom that was downstairs.
downstairs in the main house?
Yes.
And did you walk into the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see in the bedroom?
Keith was giving her a massage,
Were they fully clothed?
fully clothed.
Both
yes.
of them?
Yes.
And what did you then do?
I told Nicole I needed to talk to her.
Did you take her out of the room?
No.
Did you talk to her right there?
Yeah, after Keith left, we talked.
She asked Keith to leave?
Eventually, yes.
Well, what happened during the moment when you got there and Keith was there?
I told her we need to talk about some things.
What did she say?
What?
What did you say?
I told her I didn't want to talk about it in front of him.
You refer to the person as him?
Yes.
Were you introduced to him?
I had met him before.
When?
I don't know, but I had already met him before.
Did you, when you came in, did you say hello to him?
Yes.
Shake his hand?
At that time, no.
And did she then ask Keith to leave?
Yes.
And you talked to her then?
Yes.
In the bedroom?
Yes.
What did you and she talk about?
Basically about, I wanted to know how we were going to start handling this with the kids, and I told her that she, has to be a little more careful because I had seen them that night. And that in the future, with the kids there, that she couldn't quite be that way. She agreed with it, and I said, well, how are we going to handle this with the kids? And she said, what? And I said, well, now that we're obviously going to, start seeing other people, the kids still thought we were a girlfriend and boyfriend, a man and wife, and her attitude was it was a mistake. Evidently, they had been drinking and doing some other things, and she said it shouldn't have happened, but my attitude was it did, and obviously now we would start seeing other people and what was the best way we can handle it with the kids. And she talked about not really having guys stay over in the future, and that would never happen with the kids in the house in the future. And it was just all that type of conversation, and that was it. There was no argument at all.
You could have waited and had that discussion with her at another time, right?
I guess so.
Could have called her on the phone and had it, right?
I guess so.
You could have made an appointment to talk to her also, correct?
Yeah, could have done many things.
But you felt the need to do it then and there, right?
Yes.
So you're saying Nicole fully agreed with your attitude?
Yes.
Did she complain about your coming over unannounced and uninvited?
No, because she did it to me. I did it to her at that particular time. Neither one of us was in a relationship, so it was just something that we both did.
Now, at any time when she was living at Gretna Green, by the way, she lived in Gretna Green after she moved out of Rockingham, right?
Yes.
And that was shortly when after she filed for divorce?
Yes.
And then she lived there from like January, February 92 until the end of 93, correct?
I believe so.
And then she moved into Bundy from January of 94 to June of 94, correct?
That's correct.
And at any time when she lived at Gretna Green, did you ever go over to her place uninvited, unannounced, other than these two occasions?
Well,
All the
I would
time.
object, whether he's uninvited.
Well, he said he was on these two occasions.
Well, I think
That's okay.
if I can word it a little differently than you, we had a standard invitation to one another, that I was always welcomed at her house and she was always welcomed at my house. So 2 or 3 times a week I would go to her house and have dinner with her and the kids, and without calling, or vice versa. I knew what time the kids ate, and I'd come over about that time, and some nights she showed up at my house and some nights I showed up at her house.
Did there come a time when this arrangement ended because one or both of you got involved in relationships?
That's correct.
And when did that end?
For me, it ended that night. For her,
What night?
that night of the Keith and her incident, for her, it took a while for it to end.
When you say it ended for you that night, what did you mean, just to be clear?
I didn't come over uninvited after that. I would always call at least when I was on my way.
Except
if it
you
was a
came over the
problem.
next day, right?
Pardon me?
You came over the next day.
Yes.
But after that, you never came over there again without an invitation, is that right?
Without alerting her that I was coming.
Telling her in advance, right?
Well, calling when I was on my way at least.
Did you ever go at night to the house and stand on the sidewalk and walk back and forth and try to look in and see who was there?
No.
This is either Gretna Green or the condo, because I mean,
Gretna Green.
No.
Did you ever do that at Bundy?
No.
At any time did you ever go to either Gretna Green or Bundy to see what was happening and who Nicole was with and just sort of check on her whereabouts?
all of the above?
Yes.
I mean, all 3
Any
questions?
of those. Any of those.
What, say them again?
You ever go to Gretna Green or Bundy to check on Nicole, see who she was with, what she was doing, kind of looking and standing around the outside?
No, don't answer that question.
That's the picture I'm painting for you, okay?
No, that's wrong.
None of that ever happened?
No.
You ever stalk her?
No.
You ever follow her?
No.
Did you ever ask anybody else to follow her?
No.
Or stalk her?
No.
Did you ever ask anybody to report on her whereabouts to you?
No.
Did you ever follow her into a Payless shoe store one time on Lincoln Boulevard in
No.
Santa Monica?
No.
Do you recall anything like that?
I remember seeing her at a Payless shoe store once.
You just happened to run into her there?
No, I saw her car when I was coming down Lincoln Boulevard.
And then you followed her car?
No.
You just saw the car go by.
Yeah, she was coming out as I was coming down Lincoln.
Did you stop and talk to her?
No.
Do you know who Carl and Catherine Colby are?
Yes.
Who are they?
I believe they lived next door to Nicole.
Okay. Now, if they saw you walking in front of Nicole's house on Gretna Green from time to time, looking inside the window, would they be lying?
Yes. They're looking inside the window, yes.
Doing anything?
I'm sure they saw me. I've been to Nicole's house so many times. I'm sure they saw me walking.
Attempting
In the
to
front.
look into the windows.
What that means. I don't know how you attempt to look
You
at
know,
it.
you
Yeah.
try to walk up to the window and see who you can see through.
Yeah, if they said that, they'd be lying, yes. Not what they said.
That's not what they said?
Not in court.
What did they say in court?
They said in court that they saw me on the sidewalk one night.
Do you recall that occasion when they saw you?
That particular occasion, no.
Who is Bill Thibodeau?
A guy who plays golf, that I know who plays golf.
Did you tell Thibodeau that you knew of a secret way or a back way to Nicole's house?
I don't know of one, so I obviously didn't tell him that, no.
Did you ever tell Thibodeau, sometimes she doesn't even know I'm here?
No.
So if Thibodeau said that, he would be lying, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever drive up to Starbucks in Brentwood in 1994 and encounter Nicole?
Yes.
Describe that incident to me.
I'm sure that happened many times.
Where she would be at the Starbucks cafe,
Yes.
and you would, these are times when you're not together, right?
No.
Or you went with her, you mean?
No, my office is 1 block away, and between her house, my house, and the office, she goes there a lot, and I'm going to and from my office and stuff a lot.
Walking?
No, normally I'm riding. I think once I was walking to lunch, and she was sitting there. Yes.
And on any of these occasions, did you ever stop and ask her to come talk to you?
No. If I was there, she would talk to me.
Did you ever get angry at her because you wanted to know who were the men that she was talking to?
No.
Never happened?
Never happened.
Did you ever see her talking to Ron Goldman in front of Starbucks or in Starbucks?
No, I wouldn't have recognized it if it was him.
When you saw pictures of Mr. Goldman at trial, did that cause you to remember that you had seen him at Starbucks?
No.
Who was the person that you didn't want to socialize with?
A girl named Pam Greer.
Robin?
Yeah, Robin Greer.
Is that a friend of Nicole's?
Yeah, I've known her a lot longer than Nicole, but yes.
Is she of relationship to Rosie Greer?
No.
No relationship at all?
No.
Now, when did this reconciliation that you just described occur, or the ground rules and the arrangement?
Right around Mother's Day of 1993.
And as part of that, did you tell Paula you would stop seeing her?
Paul and I had dinner and talked about it.
And then you stopped seeing her, right?
Yes.
Was the arrangement with Nicole that neither of you would see other, have other dates?
I don't think we ever really said that to each other, but I'm sure that was, sort of an understanding, even though I never asked her if she was seeing anyone else during that period of time. I assumed she wasn't, but I don't know.
Now, as part of this, did you also have a discussion that both you and Nicole were to disclose to each other all prior relationships that you had had since the separation and divorce?
No, but she did that to me.
She did? She
told
volunteered
me
that information?
she volunteered that
What did she
information.
tell you?
She just told me that some of the guys she had things with.
And did you share that information on your part?
At that time, no.
Later?
No.
Okay. And did you also agree that you and she would remove all photographs and other items in the households about other persons in your lives?
Not necessarily, no.
What do you mean necessarily?
When we came back from Mexico, I still had some pictures in Paula's house that, for the most part, irritated her. So I took them down, but I never asked her to remove any pictures of her, and she didn't. Of her and various guys that were in our house, and she didn't.
She didn't?
She didn't.
You didn't tell her to take out all photographs of her other boyfriends?
No.
And you had no desire that she do so?
Well, I wish she had, but she didn't, and that was the way it was.
Did you have a fight about that?
When?
And during this reconciliation period?
It came up one night in the midst of a fight. It came up.
That she had photographs of other men?
That they were still in her house, yes.
Now, what was the reason, by the way, that you and Nicole got divorced back in 1992?
What she told me was that she loved me, but she's been with me her whole life. That she just felt that she needed to be on her own. She just felt that, that I was almost like a big brother or father to her, that all of our friends she had met through me, and that she just felt that she needed to, in a sense, spread her wings. And there was no argument, and we lived together for 30 days, and there was no arguments during those 30 days.
And it wasn't your idea to get divorced?
Yes.
Is that correct?
For the filing, yes.
And you hoped that you wouldn't get divorced, right?
Yes.
And so you were not in favor of it, right?
Yes.
Did you try talking her out of it?
Yes.
Did you go into counseling with her?
At that time?
I don't recall. I don't,
Prior to her filing for divorce.
At any time prior to filing for divorce? Because
Let's take the the two
I
of you
don't get what
together,
you're saying.
did you go into counseling, let's say 6 months before the divorce?
I don't know. She wouldn't go into counseling. She didn't want to go into counseling.
Had the two of you ever been in counseling together at the same
Yes.
time?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't tell you.
Who was the counselor?
Bert Kate. There was a guy we tried once, but she walked out. And those are the two I recall.
And then what happened?
Somehow, in the midst of the conversation, she got Paula into the conversation, evidently while looking for a frame to put my kids' pictures in to send, because I had requested later pictures for my New York condo. And I guess she had some pictures blown up. And while she was looking for frames at my house, she came across a picture of Paula on the shelf where we keep all our empty frames and things, in a frame that evidently was a frame that once had one of our wedding pictures in. And she yelled something about, uncomplimentary about Paula in our wedding album, in our wedding frame. And I, at that point, said, "What the hell are you talking about? Look at all of these pictures in your house." At that point, she turned to go into the house. I was, yelling, came behind her. She kind of slammed the door, and as I approached the door, I kicked it. And we were both in her family room. And I was saying, "Well, look at all of these pictures. Who is this guy? Who is this guy?" And I picked up an album and was going through my son's album. And I said, "Look here, I got to read for the rest of my life. I got to see this Justin sitting on Keith's lap." And my attitude was, and I can't tell you specifically my words, was, "I never tell you to move any of these pictures. Who in the hell are you to be telling me about a picture that's on a shelf that's put away in my home?" And I assumed she was still downstairs because we were having a big argument, and I think Cato arrived about that time. And at one point I went into the kitchen where I thought she was, and she wasn't. And I don't know if you want me to continue to talk. You're asking me what happened. That's essentially what happened.
And you were pretty angry, right?
So I was pissed off.
And you were yelling and cursing, right?
Yes.
And you, when she closed the door, you kicked it open, right?
Yes.
And broke it, in fact, right?
Well, the majority of it was broke, which the majority was already broke, which she admits to. Yes.
Who admits to?
Nicole.
How do you know that?
I heard the tape when she was talking to the police officer.
So you're trying to say you didn't break the whole door, right?
No, I think a part of it may have broke when I kicked it, yes.
And did you frighten her?
I didn't see her frightened, no.
When you were yelling and screaming at her, do you think she was frightened?
She was yelling, screaming back at me, so no, I don't think she was
Do you
frightened.
think she feared that you were going to hit her?
No.
You don't think that?
No.
Isn't it true that most of that argument at that point was about Keith, right?
No.
And you were yelling and screaming about Keith, correct?
He may have come up during the course of that argument, but that wasn't what most of it was about.
And in fact, you started talking about something that occurred 1.5 years ago when she was having sex with Keith, right?
Yeah, at one point she told me, after I went back downstairs and was venting to Cato my feelings about whatever we were arguing about, she said to me, "OJ, the kids," and I made a comment, "You weren't worried about the kids when you were sucking his dick here in the living room in the open." And then I went back to venting to Cato how I was feeling. Then at some point she came down where I was venting. I assumed she didn't appear afraid, because if she was afraid, why would she walk back into this room I was in? And she said something to me, a couple of words we had with each other, and she picked up the phone, and I assumed she was speaking to her mother. And shortly after that, the police came.
Did you know that she had called the cops?
No, not at all.
So it surprised you when they came?
Yes.
Now, you were saying much more to her about Keith than just that she had had sex with him in the living room, right?
Yes.
You were going on and on about Keith.
About this
I don't know
asshole.
what on and on means.
Oh, the guy,
About this asshole.
asshole talking about me like this. doing drugs, and during the course of this conversation, Nicole revealed that this girl was a Heidi Fleiss girl. Evidently, they were all together when she had her fight with Heidi that started that whole thing. And if you listen to the tape, you'll hear me refer to Heidi Fleiss on numerous occasions. And I just was very unhappy with all of this crap about drugs, about hookers, and I wanted to know why she had brought these people into my kid's home. And I'm mad today when I think about it, yes.
But that was a person who was in her home more than a year before that incident, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you were still upset about it then?
Because I had just become aware of it, yes.
Did you threaten to hit her?
No.
Did you tell her that you... Excuse me 1 second.
Dan, we've got a...
Well, I don't want to, if he's on,
I can take a leap to it.
if he's on a roll, I'm going to break.
Is this a good
No,
time?
let me just finish
Okay.
up this area. Give me
You don't need it. I want it. Need what? What is it? What is it? Oh, you know, it looks like a couple fingers of scotch to me. Seriously.
He was going to let you put it under the table.
No, I thought he was on.
Try to be nice.
It looked like
You can't be nice.
it looked like bourbon or whiskey or something. Yeah, I could use that.
How are you doing, David?
Talked to me a week now.
Yeah, exactly. That's when you won't be able to go like that without cracking something.
Okay. Did you say to Nicole on that occasion, I'm leaving with my 2 fucking fists is when I'm leaving with?
No.
Deny saying that?
Yes.
I ain't leaving till I've said what I'm saying.
I could have said that, yes.
You ain't leaving when I'm talking. Did you say that?
I don't believe so, no.
Hey, I had to read this bullshit all week in the National Enquirer. Did you say that?
I don't know about all week, but yes.
Now, what week were you referring to where things came out in the Enquirer?
Just prior to this, there was a story in the Enquirer that evidently one of her friends gave, talking about how I had begged her to come back to me, and she was taking it day by day, the complete opposite of what the facts were, and it just irritated me that here I am just back with her for 4 or 5 months, and already through her group of friends, they're writing about us in the National Enquirer, and I wasn't happy with that.
And that was the week of this incident.
I don't know if
in
it was
October.
a week, it was previous to this. It
Now-
was previous to this incident.
When the police came, you were still there?
Yes.
And you were still upset?
Yes.
And you talked to the police?
Yes.
They didn't arrest you, did they?
No.
They treated you fairly?
I believe so, other than the tape,
What tape?
the surreptitious tape that they did.
How'd you find out about a surreptitious tape?
I heard it when I was in jail.
Who played it for you?
One of my attorneys.
And what bothered you about that tape?
That they would surreptitiously tape me and not turn it in as evidence, and I assume use it for amusement for a year. I don't think that's proper.
But everything you said on that tape, but what you heard on that tape is what you said, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Not all of what I said, but what I said. Yes.
Okay. You can take the break.
Thank you. I will ask your permission.
Yes, I know. Now, in 1984, there was an incident where you smashed Nicole's car with a baseball bat. Is that true?
I hit her windshield, yes.
And you broke the windshield?
It cracked, yes.
And where... Where was the baseball bat when you got it?
I don't know, somewhere around my house,
And where was the car?
in the front yard.
And you were arguing with Nicole where?
I don't know if it was an argument. I wouldn't characterize this as an argument. We were having a discussion.
About what?
Getting married.
About whether you should get married?
Well, me not setting a date.
She wanted to get married and you were
She wanted me to set it.
vacillating?
Yeah. She wanted me to set a date, yes, and I was vacillating.
And did it then develop into a heated argument?
No,
And where was this, inside or outside?
outside.
And you went inside, got a baseball bat, and came out and hit her car?
No.
What happened?
I was outside when she came home. And she got out and went and used the bathroom and came back outside. And we were talking about this marriage thing. I was sitting on the front of her car talking. Sitting on the side of the front of her car talking.
Mercedes?
Yes.
Is this in Rockingham?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
I was bouncing the bat off the tire. You know, I was holding the bat like this, the nub of the bat. And we were talking, and between my legs, inadvertently just bouncing, letting the head hit the tire and bounce and bounce. And I gather I hit her. It hit the hubcap a couple of times during this conversation, and at one point she walked up and looked and said, if you dent that hubcap, you're going to pay for it. And I went bam, and I said, I'll pay for that too. And she said, yeah, you're going to pay for it. And she went in the house and, I guess, pushed a button for West Tech. Then came back out and we finished talking. And then we both went into the house. And at some point, a West Tech guy came. And we walked out. And he was there about a minute. And then somebody else came who I'm told was Mark Fuhrman.
When you hit when you said, I'll pay for that too, what did you hit, the windshield?
The windshield,
Did you
yes.
break it?
It cracked, yes.
So you just swing the bat with two hands?
No.
One hand?
Yes.
Did you just tap it or did you hit it hard?
Hard enough to crack it.
You were right-handed and
Hit it with my left hand.
you hit it with left hand?
Yeah.
Now, where'd you get the bat, from inside the house?
No, I had the bat before. I was hitting balls in the backyard.
Hitting baseballs?
No, actually, I hit my old tennis balls. I had a tennis machine that pushes balls at you, and we played a lot of softball back then. I used to have a weekly softball game, and I was hitting. You know, the machine would push balls out, and the old ones I'd be batting practice.
I see. And did this, at any time, were you fighting with her?
No, not at all.
You wouldn't characterize this as a heated argument or anything?
And she didn't either.
Why did she call West Tech?
Because she said, you're going to pay for it, and I guess that was her way of making sure it was recorded so that I would pay for it.
Did you wanted security to come out and make a report about it?
No, because she didn't give them any report when they came. By the time they came, it was like a past incident.
When the West Tech officer, Mark Day, came out there, wasn't Nicole crying?
No.
Didn't you smash the window and body of her car with the bat because she was trying to leave?
No,
Wait a minute.
no one
Window
ever
and
said
body?
she was leaving. No one has ever said she was leaving. She was not trying to leave. No, she had just got home.
You admitted breaking the windshield to Officer Fuhrman, right?
Yes.
And Officer Fuhrman treated you fairly on that occasion, didn't he?
There was no reason for him to be there. We didn't call him. There was nothing for him to do as he testified, and he left.
But he didn't mistreat you on that occasion, did he?
No. If that was Fuhrman, no. He asked a question, I answered it. He asked her a question, she answered it. He stood there and looked and left.
So you deny having any kind of fight with Nicole on that occasion, correct?
We didn't get into it. It was, as I said, by the time they came, it was whatever this was over, but it wasn't a fight. Neither one of us yelled at each other or anything.
Now, did Nicole ever do that on any other occasion? Could you call West Tech to come out?
No,
You didn't scream and yell on that occasion?
no,
She didn't either, right?
no,
And neither of you cried, right?
no. That's correct,
That's correct.
yes.
Okay. Now, from the period that you separated and she filed for divorce January, February of 1992 until the time that she died in June of 1994, I want you to focus on that period, okay?
To the time we separated,
You know, when she, basically when your marriage ended,
yes,
okay, up until the time that she died,
yes.
okay?
And
taking that from January 92 to June of 94.
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you ever hire anybody to follow Nicole?
Never.
Did you ever hire anybody to keep track of her activities or her whereabouts?
Never.
Did you ever have her followed by anyone?
Never.
Did you ever ask anyone to tell you what she was doing?
Never.
Did you ever stalk her?
Never.
Did you ever follow her without her knowledge?
Never.
Did you ever travel to another city where she was without her knowledge to see her?
Unless she was in New York at some time that I'm unaware of.
So
No.
to see her.
To see her?
No. No.
Or
No.
to check up on her?
Never.
Did you ever... Did you call people on the telephone, like friends of yours or hers or family members, to find out what she was up to or what she was doing?
No. 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 No.
Isn't it true that you used to call Judy Brown numerous times to discuss Nicole?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you used, during this time period, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you used to call Faye Resnick numerous times to discuss Nicole?
Not necessarily, no.
But during a certain time period, let's say the last 3 or 4 months of Nicole's life, you had constant conversations with Resnick about Nicole, right?
No, but I had some conversations when I was in Puerto Rico with Resnick about Nicole.
When you came back, you were in Puerto Rico in March of 94, right?
April.
April 94?
Yes.
That's where you shot Frogman?
Yes.
And right before that, you were in Cabo San Lucas, right?
Yeah, for 2 days, 3 days. Yes.
With Nicole, right?
Yes.
And you knew that Nicole had was frightened of frogs, correct?
A phobia about frogs,
Phobia,
yeah.
that's the word I was
Yeah.
looking for. And you once told her in Cabo that you were the frog man, right?
Yeah, they were asking me what was the script. Nicole was laying in my lap. Many people were there. And they were asking me about the script, and I was talking about the script, yes.
And you told Nicole you were the frog man.
No, the people were asking about the script, and I think it was Faye that was asking, but it was numerous people sitting there. And they were asking me about the script I was reading because I had to start work in 2 days on the script.
Nicole tell you at that time that she didn't appreciate your saying that?
No,
Did
not
she get
at all.
upset with you at all?
Not at all.
Now, when you got back from Puerto Rico, you went back to Los Angeles, right?
Correct.
And you didn't go out of town for any extended periods of time during May and June of 1994, right?
Extended
Like
meaning?
more than a week or so.
No.
And during that time, didn't you have lots of conversations with Faye Resnick?
No.
Wasn't Faye sort of acting as an intermediary between Nicole and you?
No.
You read Resnick's book, right?
Yes.
She refers to lots of conversations with you during that time frame, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Was that true, what she said?
What she said in the book is virtually all lies, but as I said, in April, when I was in Puerto Rico, I spoke to her a few times.
Virtually all lies?
Virtually all lies.
From your own knowledge, you mean?
Yes.
Have you ever talked to anybody about whether Faye's book contained lies?
I think we get into...
Other than
lawyer
lawyers, no lawyers.
Yeah, virtually everybody. I mean, yes. I'm sorry.
Virtually everybody. Who is that?
Well, people I've come in contact with, yes.
They've all agreed with you.
Well, all of them don't know her.
Well,
But the people who know her, they agree with.
I mean people who know whether or not the statements would be true.
Yes.
Who are such persons?
Kristen Reichart, Cora Fishman, Ron Fishman.
Anyone else?
That would know firsthand.
Yes.
Possibly Al Collins. I don't know how much he would know firsthand.
Anyone
But
else?
that I've spoken to. Oh, Judy Brown. You know,
Anyone else?
that would know firsthand that
Yeah.
I've spoken to. I don't think so. I just can't recall anyone else.
Did what about Chris and Bruce Jenner?
I haven't talked to them.
And what about Candace Garvey?
I've never talked to her other than casual in public.
You maintain a current friendship with Ron Fishman?
Yeah, we've always been friendly. I mean, I don't see him much, but I assume when he brings his kids over and when my kids are around, yes, I consider him a friend, yes.
Consider him a friend as well as Christian Reichardt?
Yes.
And Cora Fishman?
Yes.
You see her frequently?
When the kids are around, she comes around, yes.
Okay. Are you currently involved in a romantic relationship with her?
With who?
Cora Fishman?
No.
Have you been?
Don't answer that.
No.
This is
Well, it
so
goes
safe.
to bias, Mr.
No.
Baker.
No.
Is the answer no?
Yes.
Have
The
you
answer is
ever?
Never, no.
Have you spent a lot of time since you got out of jail talking to Cora Fishman about Nicole?
Could you?
No.
What's a lot of time?
Many conversations.
A few conversations.
More
yes.
than 5.
Maybe about 5.
All in person, right?
I don't think so, no.
What has Cora told you about Nicole since you got out of jail?
I don't know. You have to ask Cora.
You have to ask Cora. I'm asking you.
Well,
I
he's
don't
not gonna-
remember.
we're
He
not
says
gonna
he
get-
doesn't remember.
Yeah.
We're not going to get into all these conversations.
Well, you know, Mr. Simpson is talking to important witnesses in the case, Mr. Baker, and that's important that we know what they are
so
saying.
Are you. You're talking to important witnesses. Your
But I'm a
office is.
lawyer.
Well,
You know,
so
he's
what?
not. He's
It
a
doesn't-
party.
Doesn't. I don't understand the distinction.
Well, he could be saying, Cora, I want you to say this and that in order to help me in my case. And that would
You
be
could be
highly
sa-
relevant.
You could be saying that to her too. I mean, you're somebody from your office, and I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying it's certainly as equally as possible from your side as it is from his side.
But, Mr. Baker, I'm not a witness in the case. In any event,
I agree with you.
you did have such conversations, but you don't remember them, correct?
What's such conversation?
With Cora about Nicole.
Yeah.
That's correct. You don't
That's
remember.
correct. Yeah.
Okay? In that case, we will ask Cora.
Please.
I think we've already got her depot notice.
You do?
We do.
Please.
Excuse me?
There's
I
no
was
question
just-
pending.
No question. I was just
Okay,
thinking
going
out
back
loud.
to that time frame now, between January 1992 and June of 1994. Did you ever keep a book in which you listed Nicole's whereabouts?
No.
You know that one was found in Paula Barbieri's car?
No.
Ever been informed of that fact?
I heard some thief and some guy made an allegation that it was, but I didn't give it much credence. It was like the National Enquirer or something.
That was just tabloid journalism, right?
A lot of what you've been asking me has been tabloid journalism
What makes you say that?
because I saw it in the tabloids.
You sold photographs to the tabloids, didn't you?
No.
To the Star magazine, right?
No, I made a deal with a guy and he sold photographs to him.
You knew they were going to be sold to the tabloids, right?
To Star, yes.
Yes. So they're not all that bad, are they?
No, they're horrible.
Don't answer that.
What was your answer?
Don't answer that.
In other words, you'll take their money.
Don't answer that either. Be nice, Daniel.
Okay, let's get back here. I want to talk a little bit more about your relationship with Nicole during this time period.
And we're January of
Yeah,
92
January
to June of 94.
1994. Were you trying to convince Nicole to resume a relationship with you before you met Paula?
Yes.
And she was resisting, correct?
Yes.
And when she was involved with Keith and other men, you were unhappy about that, right?
No.
You were jealous about it, right?
No.
It didn't bother you at all?
Well, once she got involved with other men, and she had one incident with Keith, and by the time anyone else came into her life, I had just met Paula.
Was Keith the first man after your separation that you knew that she was involved with?
Well, basically, yes.
Who were the other men she was involved with during this time period?
During what time period?
January 92, June 94, if you know.
A guy named Alejandro.
Alejandro.
Yeah.
Who else?
As far as I know, that was it.
Did he have another name?
I didn't know another name.
So the only two men that you knew Nicole was romantically involved with during this time frame were Keith and Alejandro, is that right?
Well, I didn't know that. I saw her with Keith, and she told me right when it was over it was a mistake and a one-night thing. And Alejandro, I knew had been around. Yes,
Who? One night thing
that's what she said.
to you.
She said it was a mistake. They were drunk and loaded, evidently.
And she told you this after you guys tried to get back together again?
No, she told me that the day that I came over the next day and spoke to her.
What day was this? The Slomsowich day?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've already told you this.
Well, you didn't tell me about Alejandro.
Well, you're not asking me about Alejandro. You were just talking about Keith.
Okay. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, he knows. It was clear. Yeah.
No, I'm confused. I know that's not the
obviously.
test, okay?
That isn't the test.
That isn't the test, but...
Thank God.
Okay. Are you telling me that the day you went over to talk about Keith, she told you about Alejandro?
No,
Explain it. When did you find out about Alejandro?
early on.
Early on in your relationship, right?
Yes.
And then you later found out about Keith, right?
But I saw her with Keith.
Yeah.
It wasn't a find out. I saw her with this guy one night.
And what about Joseph Perulli?
That was after all of this. She came to my house to talk to me about Joseph.
When was that?
The day after Mother's Day in '92.
What did she tell you about Joseph?
That she had met a guy that she felt serious about, but she wasn't sure, and she wanted some advice from me.
And what did you say to her?
I told her to just be yourself. You're gorgeous. What is there for him not to like? Plus, you ain't gonna cost him a dime.
Why is that?
Because she was getting plenty of money from me.
Now, by this time, had you met Paula?
Actually, I met Paula 2 days after this.
So you still wanted to get back with Nicole when she came to talk to you about Joseph, right?
I would have, yes, I would have.
But you told her to do what she wanted, right?
No, I gave her the best advice I can give her. She found a guy that she liked, and you know, if your wife told you that there's a guy that she was crazy about, I think you would move on. That's what I did.
Did she tell you about any other men besides Joseph, Alejandro, and Keith?
As I said, the key thing wasn't a matter of telling me about it, and Joseph was a guy that she told me about, yes.
And you mentioned Alejandro.
Yes, but I knew about Alejandro.
What about a guy named Brett Shaves?
I don't think he was in her life at this point in time.
Well, I'm talking about all the way up until 1994 when
Well,
she died.
Okay.
Okay.
Brett Shaves, I found out about at one of our divorce hearings.
First time you found out about it?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that the only and last time you talked to Nicole about Brett Shaves?
I didn't talk to him about him then. She just told me about him.
And that's the last time you spoke about Brett, right?
Yes. I mean, when we're back together, he may have come up a few times.
Any other men that came into her life during this time period that you and she discussed?
What do you mean by came into her life?
In other words, men that she was involved with romantically, or men that she was dating, and you found out about it one way or the other?
I was a few guys, I can't recall their names. Marcus Allen. And a few guys, I can't recall their names.
When did you find out about Nicole's relationship with Marcus Allen?
I think it was the last week of March of '93.
This is before Nicole started pursuing you to resume a relationship with you?
No, this was in the midst of her pursuing me to resume a relationship with her.
Is this, Mr. Simpson, after you and she agreed under certain conditions to see each other again?
No, this was before then.
Before then.
Yes.
And was Marcus Allen married at the time?
No, he was planning a marriage at my house at that time.
And that marriage went ahead on schedule?
Yeah.
That was a marriage to Catherine, right?
Yes.
They got married in your backyard?
Yes.
In Rockingham?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't know.
Was it in
May or June.
1993?
Yes.
A couple of months after? 93. It was a couple of months after this relationship between Nicole and Marcus, right?
Well, the incident she told me about.
Well, tell me the incident.
What do
He
mean tell
told
the
you that
incident?
he heard about it at the end of March. I don't think there's a foundation that it was a couple months later.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What did Nicole relate to you about Marcus Allen?
That he had been coming around. Originally, she was telling me that he wasn't my friend, that he was coming around. She started crying. We're at dinner.
You two alone?
Yes. And that evidently something had happened at some point.
You mean they had sex?
Yeah.
That's
matter
what
of
Nicole
fact.
told you?
Yes.
One time?
Yes.
Now, Marcus was a good friend of yours, right?
Yes.
And when you learned this, were you surprised to hear this?
Yes.
Were you upset about it?
Probably, yes.
And what did you do about it?
I asked for a check.
And you guys went home?
I took her back to her car, and I went home.
Did you then talk to Marcus about this?
The following week.
You called him,
No, he was at a friend's house that I was talking to in New York.
and you were there with him?
No, I was at my house. My friend was in New York, and then Marcus was there.
Who was the friend?
Mark Packer.
And what did you say to Marcus?
I told him, Marcus, do me a favor and ease up on Nicole, because whatever's happening with you guys is really screwing her up. She's like going bonkers.
Did Nicole tell you to do that?
Yes, yes.
What did she say to you?
Well, when I dropped her off at her car, I asked her, so, why are you telling me this? And she was saying, because he's calling me. And he just called the day, I guess, that day, something wanted her to meet him in Miami. And she thought it was wrong. And I said, well, why don't you tell him you're going to tell Catherine? Why are you telling me? And she said she didn't want to screw up his relationship, and that if I told him, he'd stop.
Did you ask Nicole if this was the first time she had had a relationship with Marcus?
No.
Did it stop then?
I
To your
assume so,
knowledge?
to my knowledge, yes.
What did Marcus say to you when you suggested that he back off?
He was in a room with people. He said nothing, but the next week I was taking a nap, and he walked into my bedroom and apologized.
And to your knowledge, that was the end of it?
To my knowledge, yes.
Now, did you ever learn that Nicole was seeing Marcus again in 1994?
No.
In about March, April, or May, or June?
No.
Did anybody tell you that?
No.
Did anybody tell you that they saw his car at Nicole's place at Bundy?
No.
Did anybody tell you that he was in town during that time frame, let's say March through June?
I played golf with him, so I'm sure he was in town.
And to the best of your knowledge, the subject of he and Nicole being together again never came up. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
There was a time in May 1994 when you and Nicole ended your attempted reconciliation. Right?
When I ended our reconciliation.
Why do you say you as opposed to both of you?
Because I told her I couldn't do it anymore.
It was your decision, not hers.
Yes, that's correct. I told her I gave it a year, the year's up, and I can't do it anymore.
And you, at that time, felt like you were free and unattached from her, correct?
Yes.
No,
You mean romantically as contrasted to the mother of his children?
romantically, emotionally, correct.
Well, romantically, I don't know totally about emotionally. I was still concerned about her, yes.
But you didn't want to have a commitment with her anymore and a life together with her, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to deal with it, no.
You
That's
did
correct.
not want to deal
Did
with
not
it.
want to deal with it.
You
No.
wanted to be free of her, right?
No, I wanted her to get herself together, and I just couldn't deal with what was going on, and I just didn't want to be a part of it.
So in your mind, at that time, you viewed that as a temporary breakup, right?
No, I was just moving on. Whatever was happening in her personal life, obviously I'd spent a year, with her, and I didn't see where I could help it one way or the other, and I wanted to move on and get back to what I had been doing before we got back together.
Well, what I'm trying to find out is whether then you were prepared to move on permanently from Nicole.
As a lover, yes.
Yes, lover,
Yes, yeah.
spouse, in that way.
Yes, in that way, yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, after you said you made that decision, did you hear about Marcus and she seeing one another?
No.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Marcus after Nicole's death to find out whether he was seeing her?
I talked to him, but not to find out if he was seeing her again.
You talked to him about what?
Well, he was a friend, and he'd call, and I talked to his wife often from jail, Catherine. And when it came out that Nicole and he had a relationship, I talked to Catherine a few times to kind of help her through it.
When is the first time you spoke to Marcus Allen after Nicole's death?
He came to jail once, I guess, and he and Catherine may have called that week from where they were.
That was the first time?
The first week, that I was, after the murder, the first week of the murder, I assumed so. So many people were calling me. I'm just assuming Catherine and Marcus called during that time.
Okay. You were pretty upset with Nicole after the two of you started to get back together in March, April of 1993 with respect to Keith Zlomsowicz, weren't you?
Pretty upset?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know.
In other words, it was a subject that came up from time to time, right?
No.
You brought it up in 1993, right? In October.
In October it came up, yes. I didn't bring it up, but it came up through Keith's girl.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the image of her having sex with him was still fresh in your mind.
No.
You were sort of obsessed with her having that relationship with Keith, right?
No.
Didn't bother you at all?
Her, with Keith, with Marcus, with any of them didn't bother me at all.
Not at all.
No.
Is Keith the only man that you ever saw Nicole have sex with?
Yes.
Did you ever threaten Keith?
No.
Did you ever say anything to him that, if he didn't get away from Nicole, he'd be sorry, or words to that effect?
Never.
Did you ever attempt to threaten or intimidate him?
No.
Hoot. Withdrawn. Did you enter the Mezzaluna restaurant one evening while Nicole and Keith were having dinner?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Did you come into the restaurant and approach Zlomsowicz and say, "I'm O.J. Simpson and she's still my wife"?
No.
That never happened?
Never happened.
So if Keith said that, he's lying?
Yes.
Now, during this time when you were attempting a reconciliation with Nicole, let's say April of 1993, and for the next year, did you and she fight quite a bit?
No.
Did you generally get along?
Yes.
And did you feel that the relationship was heading towards a permanent reconciliation?
Only at one time,
When was that?
right before I went to Puerto Rico.
So and that was in April of '94, right?
Yes.
Well, from the time you started this attempted reconciliation the prior year up until April of '94, are you saying that there was sort of slow but continuous improvement?
I said we got along, but I didn't really want to. I had pretty much told her if we worked out the year, we'd marry after that. And I didn't want to get married again. And I didn't think I would. I didn't think I loved her that way enough to marry her at the end of at the end of the year. I sort of liked the arrangement. I didn't want. I really, as much as I wanted my kids, I just couldn't see myself living with Nicole forever.
When did you come to the realization during this time period that you didn't love her in that way anymore?
From the moment we got back together, I never felt that I could get it. I never felt I got it all the way back until right before I went to Puerto Rico. That was the first time I thought, well, maybe it will work.
What was there anything that happened in Puerto Rico that made you feel that way?
Before I went to Puerto Rico.
Before you went to Puerto Rico.
We just had a great couple of weeks. We had a great time in Cabo. She came home from Cabo early, and we had just a super weekend. And when I was leaving for Puerto Rico the next day, I called her parents and told them that I felt, I may be wrong, Judy and Lou. I told them both, I may be wrong. I just had a couple of great weeks with your daughter, and maybe it will work.
What month was this when you, right before you went to Puerto Rico after Cabo?
This would have been the 1st of April, I believe, or the last of
Okay.
March, but the 1st of April.
Did you have a confrontation with her at the Jenner's Christmas party in 1993?
Sorta. So, yeah, I would say sort of a confrontation, but not an argument, but sort of a confrontation.
You were at the party and this guy Joe Perulli was there and you got upset, right?
No.
That had nothing to do with it?
It had nothing to do. Well, I mean, it wasn't about me being upset. That didn't make me upset. It was some stuff around it.
Well, what happened that made you upset?
On that day, Paula Barbieri and her mother sent a thing of flowers, a Christmas basket. Nicole, who was at the house, I believe, with Cora Fishman and stuff, when it came and she was looking at it, she said, "Oh, what a beautiful basket." When she looked at it, she saw it was Paula. She left. She got mad and left. That night,
Where'd she go?
home. And that night, we were having people at our house, which we always have on Christmas Eve. We have a lot of people at our home. My older kids, and we had dinner scheduled for 8 o'clock. But Bruce had invited us over, and since we weren't going to go over, we decided we'd go over and have a drink. And I think Nicole and I, the kids, and maybe Cato, we went there, and at some point, I guess Joseph came in, and Joseph, and shortly after he came in, all of a sudden, anybody who sat with me was saying things like, "Oh, OJ, he wasn't invited. He wasn't supposed to be here." I think Chris Jenner said that, Cece said that, and then when Nicole sat down and said that, and I said, "You see, these things happen. I didn't know Paula was going to send these things, and now everybody's telling me this guy wasn't supposed to be here," which I totally expected him to be there, because as far as I knew, he was one of Bruce's close friends. And I said, "You see, this Paula thing," and I think she called me a liar or something. And I said, "You think I'm lying about that?" And she says, "Yes." I said, "Well, we've had our drink. It's time to go," and we left.
Did you order her to go?
No, I called for the kids, and I walked out to the car, and she came out.
She wasn't ready to go, though, right?
Maybe she was, maybe she wasn't. I don't know.
You left angrily, right?
Oh, I don't think I was angry. I wasn't yelling or screaming or anything, but I wanted to get out of there. I wanted, it's Christmas Eve. I'm home for one day. I got to get on a plane on Christmas Sunday. I don't want to be sitting here having people tell me all night that or at least for the next 15 minutes or 20 minutes, that some guy is there. He's not supposed to be here. It's Christmas Eve. We should be in a happy mood here. I don't want to, let me go home where my kids are and where my meal is waiting and my friends are waiting.
So did you argue with her in the car on the way home?
No, she got in the car and said something, and I said something. That was it.
End of it.
End of it. Not another word spoken about it.
Okay, so if Kalen says otherwise, he's lying, right?
He didn't say otherwise.
If he does.
He didn't.
Have you spoken to Kalen since you got out of jail?
No,
Not one time?
not one time.
How do you know he didn't? You mean,
I saw his statement. I heard him on the stand.
you have a pretty good memory of what people testified to, don't you?
Well, since I've been out, since I was in jail, I did a whole lot of watching. Yes, I paid attention.
Took a lot of notes?
To talk to my lawyers, I took notes, yes.
What happened after the Puerto Rico to set you back with Nicole?
Well, while I was in Puerto Rico, something was going on with Nicole. She was like, she even said to me on 2 occasions, she felt like she was having a nervous breakdown. But she couldn't explain why or what it was. And it was just, I would talk to her 1 minute, she was the Nicole I knew, and then if I talked to her the next day, she was somebody I didn't know. I expressed my concern to her mother while I was in Puerto Rico. I tried to get a hold of Cora, but she was going through her problems. I talked to Faye, who blamed it on Cora. And when I came home, I it was just something I did not want to have to deal with in my life. I just didn't want to deal with it.
These were all
anymore.
telephone calls from Puerto Rico to,
Yes.
to Nicole in Los Angeles?
And vice versa, yes.
And when did you come back to LA from Puerto Rico?
The end of April, 1st of May.
And you came right back to Brentwood?
Yes.
Now, did you go see Nicole?
I spent the night with Nicole.
Did you tell her then that you wanted to stop the relationship?
The next day I told her that I thought we need to go to therapy. And I needed her to go, I wanted her to go back to whatever she was going to. When she asked me to come back in the relationship, she prefaced all of that with the therapy she was going to and how it had helped her. And I suggested that she try that again. And
With you?
with me, without me, whatever.
And what'd she say?
She didn't know. She wanted to, She thought whatever the problem was just, I think she kind of blamed it on her friends. She was trying to help Faye with her drugs, help Cora whatever she was going through with her husband, but as I said, right before I came back from Puerto Rico, she had said, "OJ, I'm sorry." She apologized for the whole time I was there. She said, "I want to pick you up at the airport," which she did. So I mean, I was sort of at a place where I'll try it, but I really kind of wanted out, and by the end of the week, I totally wanted out.
What happened that week to cause you to make that decision?
Saturday, we were about to go to dinner, and she almost had a nervous breakdown.
Saturday when?
Saturday in Laguna, probably about the 7th or the 8th of May.
Before Mother's Day?
The day before Mother's Day. And even though she was fine on Mother's Day, the night before, it was just too weird for me.
What happened that night?
I don't know, she slept all day. We went to Denise's son's christening, and Nicole was rude.
To you?
No, to Denise. Denise really had some horrible things to say about Nicole that day. And then Nicole went to our apartment and slept all day. And I woke her up at 8 o'clock to go to dinner. She got dressed, and when she got to the door, she just kind of flipped out.
What did she do?
Just started yelling, "I can't do this, and I don't know what's going to look at me. I'm shaking," and it was just weird.
Did she tell you if she was upset about something?
No.
Was she better the next day?
She was great the next day.
And how did you feel about her the next day?
I just was looking for the time to say, it was Mother's Day, so we had a very nice Mother's Day. We actually had a lot of fun, but I had made up my mind then that unless she went to therapy, I was not going to continue with the relationship.
Did you tell her that?
Yes.
On Mother's Day?
That night and the next day, yes.
Now, did you give her a Mother's Day present?
Yes.
Did you give her an earring in which you had the diamond reinserted?
No.
Did you give her anything?
I think I gave her, from the kids, a Watchman, and I gave flowers.
You gave her no jewelry, right?
No. Around that time, she had gotten some jewelry that had to be redone. Right around that time, she had gotten it back, yes.
Did you have anything to do with that?
Yeah.
What did you do, get it fixed for her?
No, she lost them.
These are diamond earrings?
Yes, and I had them remade.
You gave them to her as a gift or what?
No, to have them remade.
When did you give them to her?
It was over a series of time, because when they first delivered them, they weren't quite the way I wanted them to be. So Nicole sent them back, and I had to reconfigure how I wanted them to be. And then it was around that time that they delivered it to her, you know.
After Mother's Day?
It was around that period of time. I don't know exactly when, but it was right around that period of time.
Okay, now, what did she say when you told her you wanted out on Mother's Day and the day after?
I don't know, we talked. We ended up getting very affectionate, and we teased that just what we should do is split up all the time, because, you know, it was kind of hot. So it was fun. Yeah.
It was fun?
Yeah.
So at the end of the Mother's Day and the day after, what arrangement did you reach with her about your future relationship?
That we would do everything we could to be good parents with the kids. And I think her attitude was, well, Jay, maybe we got back together too soon. My attitude was, I wish that were true, but I just at the time just was ready to move.
So that was an agreement between the two of you that would end your attempted reconciliation. You would just see each other as friends from that point on. Is that right?
For the kids, yeah. And it was nice because it was no hassle, and we were both totally comfortable with it.
And that was the end of your romantic involvement with her, right?
Yes.
I mean, that was the agreement.
Well, you don't say, hey, we're not going to screw again, but, you know, it was like, hey, we're split up, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you have sexual relations with her after Mother's Day?
No.
When was the last time?
Probably what we had the day after Mother's Day, roughly that.
Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. And so after Mother's Day, after the Monday, What, did you see her again?
Oh, all the time.
But just to go visit and see the kids, that sort
And
of
she
thing?
came to my house. See, I think that week they were over one night, the latter part of that week, and slept at my house because it was too late to go to her house. And we saw each other all the time.
She slept in a separate room?
No, she slept in the bedroom that I was in.
Same bed?
Yeah.
Now, there was no hostility?
None
between you?
whatsoever.
No
Absolutely.
conflict at all?
Zero.
And did she seem better to you?
You know, because I didn't have to deal with her on anything emotional, and my mind was elsewhere, I really, you know, we were just dealing with the kids and stuff, and she was always good in that. I mean, I never saw anything in that area of our life together.
Were you feeling better about having ended the relationship?
I was feeling better that I was starting a relationship again, or trying to get a relationship started again.
With whom?
Paula.
And when did you start that up?
The next day, I think it was Tuesday, the day after I split with Nicole.
And you called Paula and said you wanted to see her again?
No. Kathy told me Paula was coming through town for one night and was leaving the next day and was landing that night. And I asked her, I don't know if she had a plane, car. I'm not sure if she had a car or she asked Kathy to see about a limo. I don't recall, but in any event, I circumvented that and I went to the airport when Kathy told me she had no boyfriend as far as she knew. And I kind of hid at the airport, and when I saw she was alone, I kind of surprised her.
Had you seen Paula at all during this attempted year's reconciliation with Nicole?
I think I saw her once she was going through Dallas, and maybe once in Florida.
Did you and Nicole used to argue over Paula during the year you were reconciling with her?
I can't call it an argument. You know, the big fight that night, she brought up Paula, which was, I say, wasn't the genesis of the fight. It was just a part of it. Christmas, obviously, that bothered her. Paula called on the day Marcus got married, and Nicole and I was hosting the wedding, and Nicole got mad. She didn't attend the wedding. She left, you know, I think Cora and Sydney was there. Nicole just walked right out of the house and didn't even attend the wedding that night.
Because Paula called?
Because Paula called to wish Marcus and Catherine, wanted me to wish them a happy time.
From the time that now you start up this relationship with Paul again and ended with Nicole, that's around May 10, I guess, until Nicole's death, June 12. You have about a month period there, right?
Yeah.
And did you continue to distance yourself more and more from Nicole, emotionally and otherwise?
I think it was like an instant. When I say a relationship, emotional distance, it was instant.
Instant when?
That Monday.
That Monday after Mother's Day?
Yeah. That
Boom,
was it.
you were able to cut it off?
Yeah. That was, it was,
It was
that
over.
was no problem. It was over. But the other side of it, the kids and stuff, well, we were still I think we were very close, and we had both got accustomed again to doing things together with the kids.
Okay. Well, let me now focus on that last month, okay?
Okay.
During that last month, Mr. Simpson, I take it then that you never told anybody that you wanted Nicole back, right?
That's correct.
And you never told anybody that you were upset because Nicole wouldn't let you back in her life, right?
Correct.
And you never told anybody during that last month that you wanted to kill her.
Correct.
Did you ever tell anyone at any time that you wanted to kill her?
Never.
Even if you didn't mean it?
Never.
Never said
Never.
it?
Never.
To no one?
To no one.
You realize Resnick wrote that you said that, right?
Resnick. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to answer
yes.
the question.
Yes.
And that was false?
Yes.
And anybody else who would say such a thing would be lying, right?
Yeah, totally lying.
During that month, did you have any further confrontation, any other, no, it's withdrawn. During that month, did you have any confrontations with Nicole?
Yes.
When?
I don't recall. Near the latter part of the month, she called me. I was watching TV with Paula, and Nicole called me virtually screaming at me
What was she screaming about?
about her friends. She didn't want me socializing with her friends.
Which friends?
In this case, Faye and Christian.
You were socializing with Faye and Christian?
No. Well, Christian and I was doing business together. I don't think we did any socializing together, but Christian was invited to the Cedar Cyanide affair that I sort of involved with.
And what happened in that conversation?
Then Faye and, that conversation, Nicole, there it is. I mean, she was just yelling about me socializing with her friends, and I didn't quite understand what she was yelling at me about.
And how did you end that conversation?
She hung up after saying something about Faye, and I tried to tell her that I had not invited Faye. Faye had insisted on going. Plus, I thought she was out of line to be calling me about this. What does this got to do with her? I never told her who to hang out with and who not to hang out with.
Did she used to hang up on you often?
She did a few times, yes.
Was that the last time she ever hung up on you?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went back to Paul. I called Faye. I called Faye and Christian.
And what did you tell them?
Christian answered the phone, and I asked him what was going on, and he told me that Faye and Nicole just had a heated conversation, and then Faye came on the phone, and I asked her what was going on.
And what did she tell you?
She told me Nicole was upset, thinking that I was taking her friends, and I said to her, "But didn't you tell her you invited yourself to this thing?" And she says, "OJ, this is not about that. Nicole loves you, and you're back with Paula, and how would I feel if she was back with one of her boyfriends?" And I told her, "Hey, that was her business. Faye, do me one favor. Call Nicole, tell Nicole that you insisted on going to this thing." And then we said goodbye, and that's the last I knew of it.
Was that the end of your confrontation with Nicole?
Yes.
Did you have any other confrontations with her?
No.
Did you have any other arguments with her?
No.
Disagreements with her?
No.
Did you buy her a birthday present for her birthday on the 19th of May?
Yes.
What did you buy her?
I bought her a gold Cartier lighter.
Did you buy her an expensive bracelet?
I bought a bracelet for Paula that I ended up giving to Nicole, yes.
When did you buy that bracelet, Mr. Simpson?
Same time I bought the Cartier lighter, within days of, maybe even that day.
And how much did it cost?
Not much, maybe $5,000, $6,000.
The what, the bracelet?
The bracelet.
And the lighter?
I don't know, whatever that is.
And you gave both of those to Nicole for her birthday?
I ended up doing that, yes.
Why did you change your mind about who to give the bracelet to?
Because when the kids asked me what did we buy Mommy, I couldn't tell them that they bought Mommy a cigarette lighter. Because they and me, we were anti-smokers, my kids. So I just gave her the bracelet from the kids.
Is that something that you decided, well, when did you decide to do that in relation to when you gave the gift to Nicole?
Spontaneous. They were literally signing a birthday card and lighting the birthday cake I had bought over. And I walked down to my car, got it out, and came back up and just gave it to her. Gave it to them, and they gave it to her.
What was her reaction?
Oh, she was getting over the flu, so she was kind of laid up, and she liked it. The bracelet surprised her.
Because it was such a nice gift?
Because it was so different than anything I've ever bought her.
And did you intend that to be a gesture towards perhaps reigniting your relationship?
No, just being nice.
And did she take it that way, do you know?
Yeah.
Did she take it as a gesture by you that you wanted to resume a relationship with her?
No.
Did she give that bracelet back to you?
Yes.
When?
A few days. I went out of town, and when I came back from town, she spent a day at my house, and I believe that night we were talking that night, and she inquired, why did you buy me this bracelet? And I said, it was your birthday, and it wasn't the type of jewelry I buy her. It was just totally different than anything I bought her, and she sort of knew that. And when she said, did you buy this for someone else? And I said nothing, and she gave it back to me.
This was a phone conversation?
No, we were together.
Where were you?
At her house.
Was this on the 22nd or the 23rd of May?
Maybe, yeah. Right around
What was the
there.
reason you were there?
Because I was home, and she was getting over the flu, and my kids were there.
What kind of bracelet was this that was a little different from what you normally got from you?
I was sapphire and diamonds.
And it was intended for Paula?
Yes.
And then you gave it to Paula, right?
Yes.
And did you tell her you had given it to Nicole?
No.
And you, to this day,
It's not
have not?
stupid. Come on.
And to
We've
this
been
day,
through
you
this.
have not, right?
That's right.
Okay.
And to this day.
You have not.
Yes, that's right.
Now, did you ever make an arrangement with Nicole that she was not to date anybody until you went out of town in August?
No.
Have you read that in somewhere that such an arrangement was made?
I don't recall.
You ever heard that?
No.
Did you tell anybody that, well, withdrawn, did you tell Nicole that if she didn't lay off of other men until you left town in August to go back to New York, that you would kill her?
No.
Did you tell that to Faye Resnick
No.
or anyone else?
No.
Didn't you have a pretty, withdrawn, didn't you have a heated argument with Nicole about your desire to get her back during this time frame?
No.
That's not
I don't know
true?
what time frame we're talking about. Can you?
30 days
Okay.
before
No.
death. No?
No.
And isn't it true that she told you that she didn't want to have anything to do you once and for all? She wanted a relationship to end.
No.
And isn't it true that she ended it?
No.
Isn't it true that she told you that she was finally over you for good?
No.
Did she tell you just the opposite?
No.
Did she agree with you that the relationship was over?
What she thought, she prefaced her with, well, maybe we just got back too soon.
But she accepted the end of the relationship those last 30 days?
Yes.
And she was not making any effort to resume a relationship with you? Is
Well,
that
that's hard.
true?
That's hard to tell.
Well, so far as you knew.
Well, I don't know. I didn't. I felt that maybe she was, but
What did she do to make you feel that way?
she kept coming to my house. She kept getting involved in my house, and
What does that mean, getting involved in your house?
Oh, she'd come over.
Did she have a key?
She obviously did, yes. And she would, you know, like on the 22nd, she came over. I was watching the basketball game, and with 300 or 400 people were at my house for a preschool thing. She came in while I was watching the basketball game and laid on my lap. And then she went up and laid in my bed.
Treated it like her home?
Yeah, and then she got into something with my housekeeper. She kept getting involved with my house help. And
Gigi this time?
Gigi this time.
What happened?
I don't know, Gigi came to me and told me at some point during this week that Gigi was upset and wanted to know what to do, that Nicole was upset with her.
Did you tell Judy Brown during this time period that that you couldn't live without Nicole?
No,
Did you tell anybody that during this time period?
no,
Did you tell anybody during this time period that if you can't have her, no one can?
no,
Or words to that effect?
no.
Do you know how much Nicole had saved in her savings accounts around the middle of May of 1994?
No, I hope she had about 70 or 80,000, but other than that, I don't know.
And how much was she getting from you on a monthly basis?
She? For what?
Spousal support,
None.
child support.
About $10,000.
Did she have any other income?
I don't know.
Didn't you send her a letter, written by your lawyer but signed by you, telling her that she could get in trouble with the IRS and have to pay capital gains taxes, and
I don't think that's what the letter said.
to that effect, though?
I don't know about that. I just didn't want her to use my address anymore because it was more a letter to protect me. And also to keep her from coming over hassling my housekeeper.
You wanted her to remove on her tax returns your Rockingham address as her residence, right?
Yeah, yes.
And you knew that in doing so that there was a possibility that capital gains taxes could be triggered, right?
I didn't want her to lose the house for my kids. That's why I insisted that she put that money in an account when she first came to me with the scheme.
What scheme?
The scheme to not pay the taxes on the sale of her San Francisco condo.
What did she say to you?
Actually, Michelle told me first that Nicole told her, I was in New York, that the mail was coming to her house. Mail was coming to her house, and that if she got any calls, just to say she wasn't there. I called Nicole. Michelle asked me, what did that mean? I called Nicole, and I asked her, and she just started telling me all these things, that how much taxes she was going to have to pay on the sale of her San Francisco condo, that if she used it as a rental property, she wouldn't have to pay the taxes. And since she thought we were going to end up back together anyway, why should she pay those taxes? I have told her what I've always told everybody: the government is your partner. Just pay your taxes, Nicole. She said, but why? You know, we're going to live together, and it's about, she didn't say how much it was. And I said, after we spoke about it for a while, I said, well, I'll do it under one condition. Call your tax man, find out how much money you would have to pay in taxes, put that money in an account, so if we don't make it and you have to pay the taxes, you have the money. And to my knowledge, she did that.
When did this conversation occur?
Right at the first of the year, right when she was moving into the place.
The place on Bundy?
Yes.
First of the year, meaning January 1994?
That's correct.
And she told you she put the money in the account?
Yes.
And what was the amount of money that she told you she put in the account?
I don't know. I thought she said, she made a reference with $70,000 or $80,000.
Okay, which was pretty much all the money she had, right?
I don't know. I stayed totally out of her finances, including the sale of her houses, and I didn't get involved advice-wise.
So when you sent her that letter, you knew that it would have the potential of generating a tax liability of about $90,000 for her, right?
No, I knew it had the potential to make sure that my kids wouldn't get kicked out of that house.
Kicked out of what house?
The Bundy house.
What did that have to do with anything?
If she paid the taxes, she couldn't lose the house. If she don't pay the taxes and they find out, she can lose the house, and I could be liable.
How could she lose the house?
Taxes will, if they find her and they took the money and she spent it. It's happened many times. I think it was happening to Lou Brown at that time.
And you're taking this position with your ex-wife, and you knew that she was going to basically have to cough up her entire savings account to pay these taxes, right?
No,
Well,
I don't know that at
don't
all.
answer that question.
I don't know
Cough up her entire
yeah.
savings account.
I-
Come on.
You knew that she was going to have to use all of her savings, just about all of her savings, to pay these taxes, right?
This wasn't her savings.
Well,
This was money from a sale of a house. I didn't consider that a savings, a house that I had given her. I didn't consider that a savings at all. This was money that was the government's, is the way I felt about it. If she was going to try to defraud the government, I didn't want to be a part of it at this time.
Did you offer?
And I had hoped that she would pay the taxes and have no problems.
Did you offer to pay the taxes for her? And
No.
why not?
Why would be the better question.
Why? Yes. Why?
Because you loved her.
And because we had a divorce settlement, she was paid handsomely in the divorce settlement, so why? I don't go around paying people. Why don't I pay Paula's taxes? I love Paula. I love Marguerite. I don't pay her taxes.
So you didn't want to pay Nicole's taxes?
No, I never even thought about it. Never even entered in my mind.
How many times, why did you write the letter to her?
So that my tax man and Skip Tap was actually at there, that skips the suggestion so that in the future, if she got into any trouble, that they couldn't come after me, and I would have a record in my file that would protect me if she didn't pay her taxes.
So you're saying Skip Taft told you that if you sent that letter to Nicole, you would be protected?
Yes, he told me that. Write a letter, get a copy of it, we'll send it over, and so you'll have this in your files.
Now, your writing that letter had nothing to do with your feeling angry towards Nicole, correct?
No. At the time, what motivated it at the time was the fact that Gigi was telling me that Nicole was giving her a hard time, and I was trying to distance myself from Nicole as I had done the previous year. And if her mail wasn't coming to my house, that would give her less reasons to come over and just whatever was going on in her life. I just didn't want to be involved in that portion of her life that didn't concern the kids.
My question is whether you wrote the letter because you were angry at her.
No.
And did you write the letter because you had just broken up with her
No.
and she was rejecting you?
No.
Didn't you write some early drafts of that letter that were a little vengeful in tone?
No.
And didn't your lawyer advise you to tone it down and not be so vengeful?
No.
Who wrote the letter?
I think I dictated it and Kathy must have typed it.
And you signed it, right?
Yes.
Do I have any comments? I can find it. Now, we're focusing on Exhibit 51. You see that? Mr. Simpson, that
Just answer that
document?
yes or no.
Yes.
There's a two-page document there, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Taft had prepared the initial draft of the letter to Nicole, right?
You don't answer that. We're not going to answer anything relative to that. That's protected by the attorney-client privilege.
What is?
Document 51 and any communications relative to it.
Okay. Well, this document was a matter of public record, I believe, or was obtained through subpoenas. We certainly didn't have it.
I don't know. I know that it didn't make it into the criminal trial. I'm pretty sure of that, on the same basis that I'm asserting now. And
Do you know where this document came from, Mr. Baker?
I do not know where that document came from.
This document was made, this document was one of the items on the property report. And this was one of the documents that all the lawyers, including your office, inspected at the SID offices and was turned over pursuant to the inspection and the court's order.
Okay.
Okay.
That does not waive the privilege, in my opinion. And I'm going to assert the privilege.
You,
I mean, if this was taken pursuant to a search warrant, this is certainly not a waiver of any privilege.
did you receive this letter?
I don't recall, but I'm sure I must have received a copy of it.
Okay. Where you see where it says made changes you wanted but
Okay,
did not
that's all. I'll chance anything
get
else.
revengeful. Okay to something male. You see that?
You don't answer any more questions relative to
Signed
this document.
Skip. You're not going to answer any questions about this?
He is not going to answer any questions about this.
Okay. So you had prepared an earlier draft that Mr. Taft revised, correct?
Don't answer that question.
Well, Mr. Baker, that's not privilege, that he had prepared, he being Mr. Simpson.
You look over at David's monitor and see what your entire question asks.
Well, the fact that Mr. Taft would revise it, let me ask you this. You can instruct him on that question.
Yes.
Okay. You had prepared an earlier draft than this one dated May 31, correct?
I had dictated a letter.
Wait a minute. We're not going to talk about the May 31 draft, OJ.
Okay.
That's period, end of story.
Now, Mr. Baker, we're now talking about something that he dictated a draft letter to Nicole. That's what he's telling me, and he had said this already. I know you're not going to let me talk about what he and Taft said to one another or wrote to one another, although I disagree. We can argue about that later. I just want to find out what he did first.
Relative to what?
You.
Hold on just a second.
Yeah. This process began with your dictating a letter to Nicole, correct?
No,
Okay.
to Kathy Randa.
You dictated a letter, for Kathy to type, correct?
Yes.
But addressed to Nicole, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Kathy typed it, right?
Yes.
And did you see it after she typed it?
I think she may have faxed it to me.
Okay, where were you when she faxed it?
It would have, I don't know where I was when she faxed it, but I saw it in my home.
When did you see it?
I don't know.
And when did you dictate it?
Probably the last week of May.
When's the last time you've seen that draft?
What do you mean?
The draft that you dictated to that Kathy typed and that was faxed to you in your home.
Probably the last week of May.
You haven't seen it since?
No.
Did you tell Randa to destroy it?
No, I told her to make some changes.
What did you tell her to change?
Just some things I thought it was too long and too wordy.
How long was the first letter?
Full page.
A full page or 4 pages?
A full page.
Full page. And what did that letter contain or say in substance that this that this May 31 draft does not say?
I don't know. I thought it sounded somewhat harsh. I thought it was a little long.
And you were feeling harsh towards Nicole, right?
No, that's why I had him make the changes.
But you initially dictated words that you felt were too harsh, right?
Pardon me?
You initially dictated words that you felt subsequently were too harsh, right?
No, I don't think so. I think the way Kathy, when I give her a thing that I want written, she tends to shorthand it and then she types it out to see how I like it. And when I saw it, I thought her choice of words in certain places just a little too harsh.
When you say you dictated to Kathy, was this in person?
Yes, I was probably in the office at the time, yes.
And she would sit across from you with a stenographer's pad
I believe so.
and take handwritten notes?
Yeah, she just take quick notes.
And then she typed it up and faxed it to you?
Yeah, I left the office and didn't get the day that I told her I need to send a note to Nicole, and I kind of dictated roughly what to say. And I think she didn't get to it for a day or so. And then she faxed me a copy, and I thought it was a little too long, basically. And this is what we do with everything that every letter I sent out. And I think I edited it, and then I gather she edited it and showed it to Skip, and Skip called me, and I can't talk about what Skip and I talked about.
Did, what was some of the material that Kath withdrawn? Are you saying that the material that you edited out of the letter was all material added by Kathy on her own?
No, I don't know. It just I just didn't like the way the letter read. So I didn't want to send the way the letter read. I didn't like the way it read, so I wanted some changes.
What was harsh about the letter?
I don't know. Just in tone, I thought it was harsh.
What did you say?
I don't recall.
What's your best recollection?
I have none.
What
My
was
best recollection is what I see in this letter.
what was there
that's the way I was
anything
taught with this letter.
revengeful about that letter?
I thought it was harsh.
Yeah. What exhibit is this, Peter? This is 8A. This is your... Excuse me? Okay. This is Exhibit 8A.
Yeah.
Calendar that Kathy maintained for you. Looking at that calendar, can you tell us your best recollection of when you dictated the letter to Kathy?
So it's clear that's a calendar that she maintained for OJ and perhaps herself. as a
Correct.
testimony.
Yeah, I would say somewhere in from the 31st, because it's the 31st, somewhere around the 31st, first, second, it could have been first, second, it was first, second, or third of June also. So that week of the 31st.
That you dictated the initial draft?
I believe so, yes.
That can't be because the Taft letter is dated May 26.
Well, maybe that's the last week of May then.
Well,
Well, that's
just looking at the date of the Taft letter back to you, which is May 26, that would indicate to you that your letter was dictated earlier, right?
Well, as I said, the last week of May, that May 26, I guess, from my recollection, would have been the last week of May.
Well, just now you said May 30 and into June, and I'm trying to get a better date than that. So we know it was before May 26, correct? That you
Well, this
dictated
would
the
have-
letter to Kathy.
It may have even been before this then.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because
That's what I'm saying.
I felt it was the last week of May, as I told you when you
Okay.
first asked me the question.
Well,
I thought it was the last week of May.
I'm just trying to get your best recollection of when this initial draft that you dictated was created. You have the May 26 letter
Yeah.
from Taft back to you, and you have the calendar in front of you. You see
Yeah.
26th of May was a Thursday.
Yes.
What's your best recollection of when you initially dictated the letter?
Right in there.
Right in
this
there,
week
like from
somewhere.
the
I think it's
23rd, 24th, or 25th?
Yeah, it wasn't until after I got back from, it was this weekend, I think, that Nicole gave Gigi the hard time.
22nd and 23rd?
21st and 22nd, I think that's the weekend that she gave Gigi the hard time. So it would have been this week that I would have dictated
And
the
you're
letter.
pointing to the week of the May 23.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Can you remember anything in that letter that you edited out?
Not particularly. I just thought it was long, and I didn't like the way it sounded. To me, it sounded sort of harsh.
Can't remember anything that sounded harsh to you that you edited out?
Pardon me?
Can you tell me any of the
Just in tone.
sentences or the
No, I
tone or
can't
the
remember.
words that you edited out?
I can't remember. But the way it's ended up going to her is exactly the way I wanted it.
After Taft reviewed the letter, did you get a chance to see it before you signed it?
I believe so.
You're not going to let me ask him about the Exhibit 51, Mr. Baker?
That's correct.
We don't have to make any further record on that.
I don't think so.
Okay. After you got the letter from Taft, did you read it?
I believe so, yes.
Did you make any further changes to it?
I might have.
You'll notice that the version from Taft sent to you is different from the one you signed. The one you signed, by the way, is Exhibit 52. Is that correct?
Yes.
See your signature there?
Yes.
Okay. And the one that Taft sent you, dated May 31, is one paragraph, whereas the final version is 3 paragraphs, right?
Yes.
Did you add those other 2 paragraphs?
Well,
I
unless,
don't know.
Excuse me? You don't know?
unless you added them without any advice from any lawyer, you can answer that question.
Can I read them?
Yeah, what I want to know is
Okay.
whether you dictated,
Okay.
in effect, the last 2 paragraphs of the final version, which is Exhibit 52. Okay, and the question was whether you dictated the last 2 paragraphs.
I believe so, yes.
Now, in this letter, you didn't say anything about Gigi, did you?
No.
Although, as you just testified, the Gigi incident had already occurred, right?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you, when this letter also, this Exhibit 52 that you signed and addressed to Nicole, was messenger to her. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says via messenger.
Yes.
Did she call you after she got this?
No.
Did she talk to you at all about it?
No.
Never.
Never.
Is that correct? That she never talked to you?
Yes.
Did you ever hear from anyone else about Nicole's receipt of this letter and reaction to it?
No.
So when you sent this letter, that was the last that you had to do with this whole subject matter, right?
That's correct.
Do you know whether she did what you requested in the letter?
What do you mean?
Did she change the address of her primary residence? Do you know?
I believe her mail during that period of time stopped coming to my house, yes.
This is a very serious sounding letter.
Well, don't answer that.
Do you agree with that?
Don't answer that. Your characterization doesn't make it so.
I'm asking him if he agrees with it. I didn't say it had to be so. He could say, no, it's not. It's a frivolous tone, you know?
Has a sense of levity to it. Anything that discusses the IRS always has levity to it.
You wrote this letter because you wanted to frighten Nicole, didn't you?
No.
You were upset with her and you were retaliating against her, and that was your purpose in writing this, right?
No.
And you knew that she didn't want to pay taxes, and you knew that this would frighten her, correct?
No.
threatening IRS action.
Hey, don't hold that in front of the
I don't-
video if you're going to videotape.
I didn't
it.
realize that was going in front of the video. Was that in front of the video? Okay.
I
Thank
think
It
you.
was yes.
And
No,
thank you
my
for
answer
pointing
wasn't
it
yes.
out, Mr.
Oh,
Baker.
answer to this? No.
You
I
may
don't.
answer.
I don't think that. What's his last question?
Do you think it
please?
was threatening?
I don't think it's threatening at all.
How many times had you written Nicole in 1994 a letter that you had messenger to her house?
Many times.
What were the subject matters of those letters?
My schedule, the kids, whatever might have been happening.
Letters that
at
you
the
would
time.
sign, addressed to her?
Well, skip
Nicole
her.
Brown Simpson?
Well, wait a minute.
Well, I want to make sure we're not
Okay.
talking about different things here. I'm talking about a letter,
Yeah.
like this letter, where it's addressed to Nicole Brown Simpson by O.J. Simpson, sort of an official sounding letter.
Well, don't answer that.
You ever write
Don't
any
answer
letter
that
like
question.
that? What were the letters you wrote to Nicole in 1994?
Well, 93 and 4.
No.
4, I'm trying to focus on 4.
Yeah,
Four.
on 4.
Probably more to do with my scheduling and stuff.
Yeah.
My scheduling and things.
What kind of letters would you write about your scheduling?
That if she was planning anything, this is my schedule. Kathy would send those letters, or if there was whatever was going on with the kids, or something that I may have been planning to do or not planning to do, Kathy would dictate it and send it to Nicole.
The subject matter of those letters were children and family matters,
It's
right?
just scheduling, children, family matters, yes.
How many business letters did you write Nicole in the year 1994?
I don't consider this a business letter.
You don't?
No.
How many letters about the subject of money did you send Nicole in 1994?
Maybe 1 or 2.
What other ones do you remember?
And pertaining to this in the beginning of the year, when she was doing all of these things with her house and stuff.
What did you write to her?
Just pertaining to this, I gave her my advice
In writing?
once or twice in writing, yes.
Typed up?
Kathy would have typed it up, sure.
Did you have your lawyer review it?
No.
How many letters did you send to Nicole in 1994 that your lawyer reviewed?
In 94, I can't recall.
Your lawyer reviewed the letter of June 6, right?
Yes, this letter was mainly intended for the IRS if they ever came after me.
So to the best of your knowledge, the letter of June 6, Exhibit 52, is the only letter you sent Nicole in 1994 that your lawyer reviewed, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah. You mean get copies? Yeah. You still have copies of those other letters that you said you sent, the scheduling letters, the family letters?
I never kept copies of any of them except
Kathy
this.
would have them?
Wait, let
I don't
him
know.
finish, please.
Sorry, Mr. Baker.
Go ahead, O.J.
Yeah. Now, let me show you, well, would Kathy have copies of those letters?
I don't know.
Did she destroy them?
This one she should have kept a copy of.
Did she destroy any letters?
Oh, I don't know.
Exhibit 53, do you see that?
Yes,
Well, you have a copy right there, Mr. Simpson.
yes.
So what is 53?
Uh,
June 8th.
June 8 from O.J. Simpson to Nicole Brown
Okay.
Simpson. You dictated this letter to Kathy?
Yes.
What was the purpose of writing this letter?
To basically have Nicole take some heat off Gigi.
What had Nicole done to Gigi on May 21 and 22
She
that prompted this letter?
came over and yelled at her for not being at my home on that weekend, at least that Saturday.
Have you ever written a letter like this one to Nicole before,
Yes,
where you admonished her not to do certain things?
yes,
How many times?
2 or 3 times.
In 1994?
No,
When was the last time before 1994?
I would believe probably in 1993.
What was the subject matter of the last letter that you remember
I
in 1994?
don't recall.
It seemed, during this time frame, at least from June 6 to June 8 or thereabouts, were you having a conflict in your relationship with Nicole?
I was avoiding Nicole, but these letters were dictated long before this.
When were they dictated?
As I told you, that week in May.
And why did they go out weeks later?
Because Kathy evidently was busy or not in the office, and I wasn't around. I was in and out of town.
Why did,
They didn't go out weeks later, incidentally. I'm sorry.
why is that?
Because I told them not to send this one.
You told who not to send what letter?
Kathy not to send the June 8th letter.
You never sent it?
Never sent it.
You dictated it when?
Sometime in that week in May.
And Kathy didn't, Kathy, when she takes dictation from you, she takes it in hand, you said, right?
Yes.
Then she goes to her typewriter and types it, right?
Sometimes, yes.
Are you
Depends
saying
what
that-
time of the day I told her.
Did Kathy type this letter on June 8th, to the best of your knowledge?
I would guess so, if that's what it says.
When did you tell Kathy?
That's when I got it.
Excuse me?
That's when I saw it.
Okay, when Kathy got around to typing the letter and showed it to you, you said don't send it, right?
Yes.
But you did send the letter of June 6th that you signed, right?
I had hoped it would suffice.
Exhibit 52, right?
That's correct.
Did these letters refresh your memory, Mr. Simpson, that in June of 1994 you were upset and angry with Nicole?
No.
Angry toward her?
I wasn't angry towards her.
Trying to separate yourself from her?
I was trying to keep some distance from her, yes.
And was she resisting that?
She came by my house a few times, so I wouldn't call it really resisting. But, you know, it wasn't easy staying away from her.
What did you say in that first letter that Skip Taft thought was vengeful?
I don't think I said anything that he thought was vengeful.
Well, why did he say that?
Well, don't answer that question.
Well, wait a second. You wrote something in that letter which your lawyer said sounded vengeful. Now, without telling me what you and your lawyer talked about, because your lawyer here won't let me, tell me what you said in that letter that was vengeful.
Don't.
You may answer.
I didn't.
Yeah, wait. Your interpretation is totally different than
Well,
mine.
Mr. Baker,
I'm
this...
going to instruct him not to answer
Okay, the
question,
simple
because-
answer is that he can answer the question, and you don't
No.
have to,
No, it's
Mr.
not. You're
Blazer's
making-
able assistance.
Well, I need all the help I can get.
Interpret
I'm not
these
very
letters.
smart, and I need all the help I can get. But you're making assumption here that he took out changes that were somehow vengeful, and that doesn't
Okay.
say that, even
Well-
though you want to get into this
Well,
document.
Mr. Baker, something prompted Mr. Taft to use the word revengeful of every single word in the English language. Now, I want to know what Mr. Simpson wrote or wrote in his early draft that prompted that word.
Well, your interpretation is totally different, and you're right into the attorney-client privilege, in my opinion, and I'm not going to let him answer it. It's that simple.
You know, a judge once told me that you were a tough hombre. Now I know why.
I'm not tough. I've been so nice. Because it's you, I've been so nice, it's unbelievable. I'm usually relatively harsh, aren't I, Michael? And I've been an absolute modicum of decorum in this deposition.
Glad it's being preserved on videotape because no one would ever believe it.
I am too. Thank you very much. How long are we going to go today? Just because I'm tired.
Well, Mr. Baker, I will ask a few more questions and we will adjourn. And we can resume at 9:30.
Fine, anything you want. I'm just asking a question, but that's fine. I appreciate that.
I don't want you to be tired. I want you to be on your toes. I'm going to...
That's why I love this business. I really do love the interchange with lawyers.
plus, you told me earlier today that I'm much better in the morning.
I'm not going to give away my secrets anymore.
Mr. Simpson, you can't remember anything you initially wrote that was revengeful in your opinion.
No, I know I wouldn't want to be revengeful, and I know I wouldn't want a letter to go to her revengeful, and I think the letter that went to her reflects exactly the way I felt, and obviously the changes or whatever that were done to it reflected exactly what I wanted, which this covering letter mentions.
Did you talk to Judy Brown during the last 30 days of withdrawn? I want to focus on the period when you ended the relationship with Nicole. I guess it was around May 9, and when Nicole died on June 12. Did you talk to Judy Brown during that time period about Nicole?
Starting when?
That last 30 days.
Yes, I believe so.
And when did you last talk to Judy about Nicole?
I'm guessing, I would say right when we split up.
To tell her that you were splitting up?
No, to tell her about all my concerns about Nicole.
What did you tell Judy?
Just the way she had been acting. I tried not to tell her about some other things that had happened, like the January incident and stuff, her drinking, the people she was hanging around with, because I tried in the year that we were together not to really get into that, but I had time and time again tried to alert Lou and Judy that when we're all together to watch how much she drinks, and essentially it was that was a conversation, and the fact that they were family to me, and she was Nicole's mother. Whenever I was concerned about Nicole, I'd call her mother.
Well, after that conversation,
You're on video too.
did you have any other conversations with Judy?
I don't recall having any other conversations with Judy, no. We may have said hi or something at some point in time.
But that was about it?
That was about it.
After you told her about reasons for your splitting up, right?
Well, more of my concerns. It was just more a concern. We didn't talk much about having split up. I kind of wanted Nicole to go to therapy. And I talked about the therapy she had gone to before and how it appeared to have had a positive effect, and how I tried to encourage her to do it again, and I would kind of stick by her through that.
Did you say to anybody, including Judy Brown, during this time period, that if I find Nicole with another man, and I know she's seen with other men, I'll kill her?
No.
If I find her with another man, she'd better stay monogamous to me until August when I leave and keep up the image?
No.
Did you have any kind of arrangement with Nicole about the two of you until August? Does that ring a bell?
I told her at one point at this time that when I told her I couldn't do this anymore, that if she went to therapy, I'd stay with it until I go back to New York. So we can try it through the summer until I go to New York if she goes to therapy.
You mean when you decided to end the relationship, you left this opening?
Yes.
You said, if you go to therapy, I'll keep an open mind?
No. I said, when I told her that I couldn't do it anymore, I said, but if she would go to therapy, I would stay in the relationship until I go back to Buffalo. I mean, until I go back to New York.
And what did she say?
She didn't want to go to therapy. She didn't think it helped.
So then it was agreed upon and decided that that was the end,
Well,
right?
I told her that was my condition. If she don't go to therapy, I wasn't going to do it anymore.
And that was it?
That was it.
When you met Paula at the airport, did you say that you surprised her?
Yeah.
She didn't know you were coming in?
Yeah. Well, I don't think she know. Part of me thinks Kathy may have told her, but she acted surprised, and I.
How did you
told
know
Kathy
whether
not to
she
tell.
might not have another man with her?
Kathy told me, as I told you already. Kathy told me that.
What did Kathy tell you?
That she wasn't dating anyone.
But when you went to the airport to see Paula, you did not know for a fact whether she might be picked up by another man, right?
Yeah, but no, I knew then that a limo was supposed to pick her up. I just didn't know if she was with somebody.
So you waited and you saw that she wasn't?
Yes.
How did you see that?
With my 2 eyes.
When she came off the plane?
Yeah, she walked alone, and that's when I snuck up behind her.
Where?
In the airport, in the terminal.
Okay. We'll resume tomorrow.
All right, thank you, sir.
This concludes the deposition of Orenthal James Simpson. The number of days used was 3. We are going off the record, and the time is approximately